Hello and welcome in, folks. This is the 447th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody who's joining us today, I really appreciate you guys so much for being here. It's good to see you all. Now, folks, if you've never been here before, which I'd assume is only a minority of y'all, I'd say the majority of you guys have definitely been here before. We have a pretty large returning audience. But if you've never been here before, you're in for a treat because these live streams get crazy. We debate Trump supporters. We debate Republicans on Trump, his character, his policy, and right versus left social issues all day, every day. And the point is to try to get more people to be more progressive, to get less people to be supporters of Trump. And these live streams get a little wild, I'm not going to lie. We usually have some pretty insane people tuning in. But, you know, we'll see how the day goes. Listen, we already have the very first Trump supporter of the day connected up to the live stream. We're going to hop into our debate here with him in a moment. But before we do, let's quickly go over some breaking news. Michelle Obama completely destroyed Donald Trump in a speech earlier at the opening session of the new Obama Library. You guys have to see this. She rarely gives speeches. Her and her husband, they speak up when important, but they don't speak up too often. So it's very rare to see one of the Obamas giving a speech. I want you guys to see this. Credits to Aaron Parnas. I'm going to be pulling this from a video he had posted. Let's take a look at this together.
You're unflappable at every turn. Always focused. Always calm. Always looking at the long view. How absurd it is to even imagine that you might have buckled under the pressure even once.
She's talking about her
Lashed
husband,
out
by the way.
in frustration. Lost your temper. How absurd it is to imagine that you might have done anything but make our family and this entire country proud. No, you were too busy. I'm not done, y'all. Not done. So much to say. You were doing the people's work, rescuing our economy, expanding health care, ending a war, ordering the bin Laden raid, saving an auto industry, winning a peace prize. Keeping us safe from Ebola, regulating the banks, standing up for marriage equality, listening to science, and comforting an entire nation in the face of unspeakable tragedies. And you did it all with such grace and class and cool that you made the hardest job in the world look like a walk in this beautiful park.
Michelle Obama just
So I absolutely love that. That was what I would argue would be a direct attack on Donald Trump, starting off by saying Obama was not everything that Trump is, losing his temper, and he actually won a peace prize. Unlike Trump never won a peace prize and is enraged by that fact and makes sure to let us know every day by accusing Obama of something new. So that's great. We love it. We love it a lot. We love it a lot. Listen, folks, like I said, we already have that very first Trump supporter of the day connected into the live stream. We're going to go ahead and unmute them. And, sir, the mic and the floor are yours. Tell us why you think Trump is a good president.
Well, I mean, I feel like when he was president, like his first presidency, he kind of made everything a little like less expensive. I feel like, I mean, personally, I feel like he kind of like made everything like less expensive, you know?
Nope.
And I feel
So
like
in his first term, prices didn't go down for the most part. They just went up at a slower rate. Pre-pandemic level of inflation was pretty good because we had 8 years of Obama's economic policy, and Donald Trump was riding off the tail ends of Obama's coat. So listen, man, the point that I'd make here is that we saw good macroeconomic trends under Trump in his first term before the pandemic because of Obama. But now that Donald Trump has had a clean slate to implement his own economic policy and drive the change that he wants, it's completely destroyed the economy. And if you cared about the economy, you want to support Trump, because just look at where we're at today compared to where we were at a year and a half ago under Biden.
Hmm. Yeah, I understand that, and I feel like with the whole immigration, I feel like Donald Trump, like, like these immigrants, they're legally coming into America, and I just feel like, and look, I like if it was like a different country, like let's just say Spain or like Mexico, like I feel like they probably had their own like version of like ICE or something, and I feel like Donald, like, and even Obama did the same thing, like he was like kicking out illegals too. It was like I feel like Obama did the same thing. So I feel like, I mean,
Are you just trying to tell us
Donald
that you
Trump.
support Trump because he does deportations?
Yeah, I do. Well,
Okay.
look,
What's
I was
one
just
way that his
saying.
deportations have materially made our nation better off in the last year and a half?
Hmm, thank you. Well, I feel like, well, I just feel like that Donald Trump is like pretty much doing a
Every
good
time you
job
say
being like,
like, you should be very conscious of the fact that you're saying like every other
sorry,
word.
I'm
Just keep that in mind. Just you're saying the word like a lot.
just,
No, you're good. I just want to let you
uh,
know. So what's one way that Trump's mass deportation has materially benefited America in the last year and a half?
well, it kind of benefits because, I'm sorry, I'm just a little like nervous, but it feels
Yeah, you're
like
good.
that wait, like what was the like question again? Sorry.
What is one way that Donald Trump's mass deportation has made America better in the last year and a half?
Well, it's kicked out all the illegals,
Yeah.
immigrants,
Yeah,
and
that's just a definition or a description of what mass deportation has done. You're not telling me how that description, kicking out a bunch of undocumented immigrants, has made America better off.
well, I mean, those people can just sign the papers just to legally get into the country.
That claim also does not tell me once again what one material positive impact on America has been caused by Donald Trump's mass deportation in the last year and a half. You have not told me how it's made America any better off. And that's the question that I'm asking you. I'm not asking you if undocumented immigrants could come in legally. I'm not asking you what mass deportation is, like your description that you gave me of kicking out a bunch of undocumented immigrants. No, I'm asking you what's one way that Donald Trump's mass deportation has made America better off in the last year and a half.
Uh, well, like how, why? I think it made it a little bit like better, like. Uh, Give me a second. I'm just trying to think.
Okay.
Uh, well, I mean, it's kind of a little like hard to say, but I mean, it's just,
Why is it hard to
in
say?
my opinion. Well, I mean, how would you say it? Like, how would
Well,
you like? How
I
would you?
wouldn't say it because I don't think it's true that it has made America better off.
Okay, why do you think it's not true?
Well, you're just burden shifting. But the main reason why I don't think it's true is because it seems to be the case that if it had made America better off, you'd be able to articulate how it made America better off. You've just completely been stopped in your tracks, dead in your tracks with a question: how was Donald Trump's mass deportation made America better off? And you just can't give an answer.
Uh,
Do you see that? Do you see how you just can't give an answer?
yeah, sorry.
So if you can't come up with any conceivable way that it's made America better off, you probably shouldn't believe that it's made America better off.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
Like, that's like me
But
believing that I have shoes in my closet, even though after spending 3 days brainstorming, I can't think of a single pair of shoes I have in my closet. So then why would I think that I have shoes in my closet? It seems like thinking that I have shoes in my closet, okay, would be a belief based on like the foundational claim that like I know there are shoes in my closet. So very similarly, when you tell us that you believe Donald Trump's mass deportation has made America better off, but then you struggle to articulate a single way that it's made America better off, it just kind of seems like you're saying things. Like you're just kind of saying it made America better off because you feel like maybe that's what Trump would want you to say. That's what's convenient towards the MAGA narrative, not because it's true.
I mean, my dad is like he kind of likes Trump because he's like a business. That's
All right,
what my dad.
I'm gonna move on. You take care. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. Tess, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you so much, Tess. We are going to move on from that guest. Just because it doesn't seem like there's much of a debate there. Over on Super Chat, thank you, Alan, ALEN, for the 10 euros, who says supporting from Croatia. Well, know that I appreciate you, Alan. Wow, that's crazy. Tuning in from Croatia. That's awesome. Shout out to Croatia. Thank you for the 10 euros. Welcome in, Shitbricks. What a name. Wow. Do you support Trump? We are... Canis, Canis, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Canis. Canis with the 20 says, Dean, do you host meetups? I live in Denver, Colorado, right next to your county. Also, you and Parker saved my life when I was struggling with my mental health, so thank you for that, Dean. Thank you for that, man, and I hope to see you. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, and I'm so happy that the streams could help you out with your mental health, seriously. I don't really do meetups, don't really do much in public anymore ever since, Kirk got it. It's just kind of been... inside. It's just been inside. I used to go outside, used to do silly little things at a bunch of campuses around America, but I've been seriously, it's for the last year I've been kind of scared to go out. Don't want to get slimed, man. Witchy Misandrous, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Remember when you cried over the death of the guy who said abortion was worse than the Holocaust?
Do you remember when you didn't listen to any of the context nor nuance and you just saw a comment section on a TikTok video and then you just went with it and rolled with it and left no room for
I'm
further
pretty sure
explanation
you cried
or
over
nuance or
him.
conversation?
Aww. Did you love him?
Well, I can tell you why you're wrong. Do you want to know why you're wrong?
No, not really.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you anyways because you're just going to run away because that's how Dean haters work. You guys have like maybe 2 brain cells and you use them to actuate insults and TikTok comment sections, but like nothing else beyond that. So anyways, no. Didn't cry over Kirk dying, okay? What I cried over was being scared that it could happen to myself, knowing that my friend was there less than 20 feet away. He FaceTimed me screaming, run away, thinking he was next because he thought it was a school shooting. And regardless of the fact that I didn't like Kirk, I still knew him personally, and it was a bit insane to see that gory graphic video of him getting his jugular ripped open. If you don't understand how these 3 reasons, being scared it could happen to yourself, seeing somebody that you don't like but personally know get their jugular ripped open, and having your best friend think that they're going to die because they're in a school shooting could realistically make a human person cry, then you're either acting in bad faith, under the age of 18, or incredibly unintelligent. Feel free to, respond, but I have a feeling that you're going to leave. They're comment section warriors, folks. Yeah, she's gone. Like I said, they're comment section warriors. That's where they live. They live in the comment section where nobody could tell them they're wrong. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up inside of the queue right now. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Everybody. Like I said, they're legitimately comment section warriors. Unironically comment section warriors, everybody. Holy fucking shit. Actual comment section warriors. Let's go to get that next guest connected into the live stream right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, they're not here. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. It makes me feel a little bit better when the comment section warriors join this live stream. They say they're comment section warrior bullshit, and then they leave because this is not a comment section. It's an actual conversation. It makes me feel a little bit better. Helps me understand that a lot of the hate for me on the internet is really baseless and unintelligent. Welcome in, Easton. Do you support Trump? I feel like that's a kid. Guys, we're looking for American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could follow the rules. I'd really appreciate it. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue right now. We got Tatum C1 connecting. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'd say it's a 50-50-50. Support him. He's
Bro,
got some stuff.
that's a British fetus. All right, guys, we're gonna put the rules back up in the middle of the phone screen. In order to be inside of the queue, in order for me to bring you up here, you got to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get that next guest Jack connecting. Welcome in, Jack. Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say hi. Sorry for wasting your time.
Well, I appreciate you for apologizing for wasting my time, but I don't accept your apology. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue. We got J Money loading in, folks. We got J Money loading in. Here we go, everyone. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
How old are you? Well, whoa, Jesus
18.
Christ. Sorry, I glitched. I'm glitching. Oh, yeah. What year were you born in?
I'm glitching all the time.
What year were you born in?
'07, November 20th.
All right, yeah, let me
Assault
pick a couple
alarm.
people, and then the mic of the floor will be yours. Lord T, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Good to see you today, my friend. Let's get 200 Lord TWs down below. Thank you for supporting me in what we do here. Lord T with the 20 says, Republicans whining about Obama giving Iran back their $1.8 billion, but not saying shit with Trump about to give Iran $300 billion, 165x the amount with no concessions. Useless war from the start. Thanks, Trump. Oh, and to add on top of that, Lord T, and for everybody watching, right, there is no acknowledgement or contractual agreement that Iran will not tax the ships going in and out of the Strait of Hormuz.
I just turned 18 and I really want to show you my art for my birthday. Can I please show it to you?
Yeah, real quick. Very, very nice art. Very nice, Sam. Very good art. Very good art, Sam. Very nice. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. You are absolutely right about that, Lord T. Please do show some love to Lord T down below in the comment section for the 20 and Eden. Thank you for the galaxy. And then Melissa, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, could you please tell people that Kamala is a politician and Kamala is a wrestler from the 90s? Is there seriously a wrestler from the 90s named Kamala? Huh. Yeah, I want to use that one. That's a good little line you got there. Amanus, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat as well. I really appreciate you, Amanus. That is Eminaus. Amanus with the 20 says, love and support from Switzerland. Well, love and support to you and Switzerland. I would love to visit Switzerland one day. That is definitely like on my bucket list. I bet it's nice over there, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Sammy, hello. Are you here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you MAGA?
Yep.
Okay, could you put like a pep in your step? I feel like you're kind of low energy, you know?
We are Team Wizard.
Really low energy. Wow, let's go to get that next guest, Ray connected. Eva, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, hey, Dean, it's my 19th birthday. I love watching your lives. I've been watching for a couple months now. It gives me arguments as a socialist against MAGAs.
Bro.
Really happy.
I'm
really happy that the live streams are able to help you out, Eva. Show some love to Eva down below. Hey, man, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Yeah, how old are you?
23.
What year were you born in?
2001.
Yeah, you're terrible at math. Holy shit, kid. Stormy, thank you for the $9 on PayPal. Thank you, Stormy. Stormy says you are great. Thank you for making the world a better place. Oh, well, thank you, Stormy. I hope that you enjoyed today's live stream. We are just getting started. We have many debates to come. Welcome in. Do you support Trump beef?
I do.
Yeah, how old are you?
26.
Okay, yeah. What year are you born in?
99.
Okay. Sounds good. And why do you support Trump beef tallow?
Yeah, because he's got, he's a bulldog, right? I don't think in my lifetime I've seen a president who can stand up to bullies, right? And, I don't think that he is easy to get dog walked. He has a backbone. So I appreciate that.
Okay, so he stands up to bullies.
Yep.
All right. Like which ones? Which bullies does he stand up to?
Kim Jong-un was another one. I think he stood up to Putin.
How do you think he stood up to Kim Jong-un?
Think about it. Remember he called him Rocket Man on a suicide mission, and then he met with him like a month later, and they're shaking hands.
Yeah, and then he signed
that's awesome.
and then he signed a peace treaty with Kim Jong-un, preventing Kim Jong-un from doing missile testing offshore of South Korea. But then less than 3 months later, Kim Jong-un broke that agreement, went back to missile testing off the coast of South Korea and Japan, and then Donald Trump did nothing about it. Then he just kind of acted like Kim Jong-un didn't really exist anymore outside of a occasional Truth Social post. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he really did something there. No, all he did was he gave propaganda to the DPRK to then use photos of like him and Kim Jong-un shaking each other's hands as like a signal or a message to send to the people of North Korea that, Kim Jong-un is good and this is a great country loved by the rest of the world. Not like they're sending their citizens to like forced labor camps or cutting off their access to the internet, so on and so forth. Now, the next thing they'll say here is I think it's a little bit hard to stand up to bullies when you are the bully. Donald Trump is the bully. Donald Trump is the one who tried to install himself as president against the voice and the vote of the people. Donald Trump is the one who took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 that die every single year because of lack of access to said healthcare. Donald Trump is the one that started a needless and senseless war of choice in Iran that he's now, I guess, surrendering to and paying upwards of $300 billion through privatized investment just to get us back to a similar position that we were at 10 years ago under Obama that Trump pulled us out of when he ripped up the JCPOA. Donald Trump is the one that's destroying the economy, calling women pigs, saying that undocumented immigrants are here to rape your children just so we could justify illegally deporting them to get tortured overseas. Donald Trump is the bully.
Well, in order to step up to bullies, you have to be a bully yourself. That's how this game works. You got to be tough. And he's just calling it like it is, and I think you know that, right? A lot of these illegal immigrants who've come in, right, who've been caught doing those things, I mean, that's just confirmed data. I don't know why you disagree with that statement. It's not all of them, but definitely some of them have been caught.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to respond to both of those two things. You said in order to stand up to a bully, you got to be a bully yourself. Okay, was Superman a bully?
Well, Superman has like supernatural strength, so that's a different story.
Okay, but you're not answering the question. Is Superman a bully?
You could argue he is when he throws people across the room.
Who could possibly argue that Superman is a bully?
Well, look, he's classy about it
because of justice, because of like throwing bad guys across rooms in the movies and the TV shows when they're about to like kill people or do really bad things. That's not being a bully. In fact, that's just being a good person, preventing the evil through persisting with the use of like necessary force. It's being a good person. Sometimes good people have to cause a little bit of harm. Violence isn't always a bad thing, especially when that violence is being used in the prevention of further conquest of evil. But my point is that no, obviously Superman is not a bully, but Superman would stand up to bullies. And the two examples that you gave of Donald Trump standing up to bullies were really weak. I already explained to you why the first one about Kim Jong-un was terrible. Now your second one about Putin, he didn't stand up to Putin. He rolled over for Putin. He stopped sending all funding to Ukraine and was pushing Zelensky into conceding some Ukrainian territory. And then Putin straight up ignored Trump and then started blasting Ukraine the hardest he ever has until like 3 months later, then when inevitably Trump just once again surrendered back to what the Democrats wanted to do and continued to give funding to Ukraine.
Well, I think he could have done better in that situation with the funding. But as far as Ukraine, let's not lie here. Zelensky's not that great of a guy either. And you have to pick your battles. Sometimes you have to just say, let Russia win this battle, okay? Because Ukraine's not going to win. We all know it. And we need to stop spending money on that, right?
Okay, well, you're really like geopolitically ignorant if you think Ukraine's not going to win. You should see what happened to Moscow yesterday. They're on the cusp of victory. But like I said, Donald Trump resumed all funding to Ukraine. But my point is to say, let's let Russia win is not standing up to a bully. That's letting a bully do whatever they want. So your claim that you support Trump because he stands up to bullies is something that you just conceded to be false by saying that, well, it's actually a good thing that Trump is not standing up to bullies.
Because the real bully in that situation is Zelensky. That's why I said you have to pick your battles.
So,
okay?
So wow.
He's a dictator.
Wow, so Zelensky's the bully, but Putin's not a bully. Wow, 100%. That's wow. Wow, okay. So you think that Russia has a right to invade Ukraine?
100%.
Why?
Because we promised them. We said we weren't going to move 1 inch, eastward into the Balkan states, and we broke that promise over and over again. Ukraine was a part of it. And he's a fascist leader, Zelensky, okay? So Putin wants to take Russia back.
Wait. You were talking about a promise that we made to not expand NATO Eastern with the conception of NATO, right? Well, do you know why we made that promise?
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you know why we made that promise?
Yeah, it was
because at that time,
right?
the eastern border of NATO was bordering Russia. So it's like, yeah, duh. We promised them that we wouldn't literally expand into their territory. But ultimately, when the state further broke up and Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia declared their independence, yeah, we expand eastern into Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. Now, the next thing is we never expanded into Ukraine. We should have. We should have got Ukraine to join NATO because that would have prevented the invasion. But none of this, nothing you just said, even if it were true, which is false, would give any justification for Putin to commit an ethnic cleansing, for Putin to commit war crimes, for Putin to infringe upon the right to self-determination of the innocent Ukrainians, that want to justify Putin throwing 40 to 50,000, for the most part, innocent Russian lives at this war by pulling men and boys out of their houses to just throw them at Ukraine as body bags, because right now their war strategy is just more because their population is larger. And you're saying that guy's not a bully? No wonder you support Trump. You have a natural affiliation for the evil. You support dictators. You support the bad, the tyranny, the fascist, the dictatorial, and that's embarrassing. No wonder you support the guy who raped a woman. No wonder you support the guy who boasted about sexual exploitation of naked women and girls. And no wonder you support the guy that has made every single macroeconomic variable in America worse off today compared to where it was at a year and a half ago. And everybody's struggling more today than they were under Biden. No wonder you support him.
Dean, you're going on a rant here, okay? People are not good or evil. People are complex, okay? Putin is not all bad, okay? He's got some good qualities too, same with Zelensky. But you have to understand, okay? Zelensky's really not a good guy. In some ways, yeah, but not in all ways.
Would you say that generally Hitler was an evil person?
Generally, but
no. Would you say that Hitler? Would you agree with the statement? Hitler was an evil person.
Yes, but not entirely, because he has some good qualities too.
Bro, dude, now the Trump supporters are saying, well, guys, we should really consider how good of a painter Hitler was. Listen, the reason why...
True. He painted really well, dude.
Listen, the reason why that is a bad thing to say is because the moment that we mention Hitler and we talk about anything but the fact that he started a war that killed 100 million people and committed a genocide that killed 12 million people, well, then all of a sudden, we start running apologia for Hitler. Anytime Hitler is mentioned in any conversation in modern history, it should only be surrounding the war that he caused and the genocide that he committed.
Why not? Why does it have to be that way? Why can't we talk about it in a more complicated... You want to simplify everything, Dean. It's not black or white. It's not good. It's not evil. Churchill had evil things he did. Patton had evil things
Oh my God. Why do we only have to talk about Hitler as a bad guy? You're a Nazi. Are you?
Yes, this is terrible. No, I'm not. I don't support what they believe.
Wait, are Nazis evil?
No, I don't.
Are Nazis evil?
I think they're not as they're. Listen, I think some Nazis are evil. Some can't help it. Okay, they were born into it.
Oh my!
You don't know every single Nazi, dude.
Holy fucking shit, dude. Yeah, I'm good.
Do you know every Nazi?
Yeah, bro. You take care, dude. You take care, man. What are we doing? What the fuck is going on? Dude is not real. Dude, it's not real. I'm so happy that I'm not on Jubilee right now. That's how I felt when I was debating some of the women. No, there's no Nazis. There's no Nazis. I was just, like when they're saying some really ludicrous shit, I couldn't just like kick them from the live stream like I can people here. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Let's go to get that next guest connected up into the live stream. Yeah. You talk to a Trump supporter for long enough and apparently they'll just start defending Nazis. My God. Remember when I said at the beginning of the live stream, if you're a first timer, then strap in because you're in for a wild ride? This is what I mean by you are in for a wild ride. This is what I mean. Welcome into Sports
Charlie Kirk.
Guys, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Somebody in the chat says Democrats are close-minded. No, bro, come on. No, stop it. It is okay to be close-minded towards Adolf Hitler. It's okay. It's okay. You don't need to evaluate the nuance of of his painting skills and have a meticulous, well thought out, informed opinion about his good quality and his bad. No, it's okay to just be like, he's an evil guy. I swear that's perfectly fine. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Wow. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. We got No Name connecting to the live stream. Juliet, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, I listen to your lives daily, but it's getting so hard with all the trolls and kids wasting time. Is there not a way for you to charge $1 for debates to prove age or deter them, or have a screening process? It's just becoming so hard to listen. Yeah, I'm sorry, Juliet. There's nothing more than I could do beyond what I am doing. It does suck, and I am really sorry for that, Juliet. See, the trolls think that it just kind of impacts me. They forget that there's an audience of people here who are here for debates as well, and I'm really sorry that in turn that also impacts you, Juliet. Thank you for the $10. Please show some love to Juliet down below. No Name, I sent you an invite to turn your mic on. Either turn that mic on or get kicked. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
Yeah, how old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Wait, actually, there is something I might be able to do. There is like some type of setting that I'll have to find on TikTok where I could switch like the queue where the people who send the most coins get bumped to the top. And that will like incentivize actual Trump supporters who just really want to debate me to like drop a gift. And I would assume that like all of the kids who are just here to troll, right, of course they won't be able to drop a gift because they don't have like debit or credit cards. I'll have to figure out how to turn that setting on. That's a good one. Really good idea that I just thought of. Yeah, man, go to take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
So I don't really support him much as a president, but I do think he would have been, or he's better than the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, so you would prefer him over Harris. Why?
Just because of the fact that Biden signed a mandate for OSHA to mandate the Pfizer vaccine over companies that have 100+.
Well, that wasn't Biden. That was the administrator of OSHA. But this also doesn't have anything to do with Kamala Harris. You said
But it went down on the papers as Biden signed the order, though.
So once again, it was not an order from Biden, wasn't it? It was just a memorandum from the executor of OSHA. But once again, that's Biden, not Harris. The question is, why do you think that Trump would make a better president than Harris?
I just think it was he's a better president than the Biden-Harris administration, just because Harris was part of the Biden administration.
He didn't run against the Biden-Harris admin. He ran against Harris.
Yes, but Harris was part of the Biden administration.
Yeah, and what part of her action and activity and involvement in the Biden-Harris administration do you believe depicts her as a candidate worse than Trump?
I just don't agree. That's literally my sole purpose why I don't agree with that, is because she was a part of the Harris or the Biden administration when that happened.
Okay, well, because Donald Trump is the leader of an administration that is refusing to release the files protecting predators, pedophiles, and rapists. But apparently,
I don't agree with that.
Pushing towards, but you think that pushing towards a vaccine mandate for companies with more than 150 employees is worse. By the way, that's a good thing. Vaccine mandates for big companies.
They blatantly misused OSHA to do that, though.
It saves lives.
That's not what OSHA's for. And
So are you arguing that their action was illegal?
I'm arguing that it's not right.
Okay, so you're arguing that it's wrong.
And it did get overturned when it went to the Supreme Court. It got blocked eventually in January 2022. But a lot of people did lose their jobs because of that, because they didn't want to take that vaccine.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a fine thing, morally speaking, to impose vaccine mandates on large companies because it saves lives.
I mean, that was pretty much my sole purpose. I do not like Trump as a president. I don't think he's a good person, but I do think
okay, well, then respond to the argument.
A better president than.
Yeah, a vaccine mandate for big companies is okay because it saves lives.
I just don't think it's okay to force that on people, and if they don't take it, they get terminated.
Okay. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-life.
Okay. But when it's about vaccines and men in the workforce, for the most part, your claim is that it's not okay to force these men to do something. Even in forcing these men to do this thing, it'll save innocent, valuable lives. But then when it's about abortion, about women, well, that's when you say you agree that we should force women to do something to maintain their pregnancy and to give birth to a child because you think it'll save innocent, valuable human life.
Yes, but a disease is more curable, and we're talking about abortion, which is a termination of life, which is a guaranteed.
Yeah,
murder.
and just like when we don't
vaccine,
have
I
herd
mean-
immunity
I
and
mean,
less
we're
people
talking about COVID, there
vaccinated
was
to the
treatments
COVID
for that
vaccine
that
during the
we're talking
pandemic,
about.
that's a guarantee that more people will die because of COVID.
But there's you can go and get treatment for COVID. I mean, we're talking about abortion. You're bringing up abortion for this?
Yeah,
Abortion
even
is a
in
guaranteed
consideration of
termination life.
consideration of treatment, because treatment is not effective in 100% of scenarios. Okay,
But
less
the people
being
that-
vaccinated is a guarantee of more people dying. It is a
I think
one-to-one
it's-
direct trade-off. That's just simply how disease transmission and vaccination for said diseases work. The more people you have vaccinated, you have a minimum guarantee of less people dying. The less people vaccinated, you have a minimum guarantee of more people dying. When we're operating on the macro scale and looking at, thousands or millions of employees and employers across the nation, and Americans across the nation, on this very large macroscopic scale, when you have a massive increase in vaccination, guarantee of less people dying. So from your perspective of abortion, your argument is you're okay with forcing women to do things because it comes along with a guarantee that it'll save more innocent human life that you value. So why are you not okay with forcing men to do things if it comes along with a guarantee of saving more innocent human life with value?
Well, this vaccine isn't men and women. I'm not arguing just on a men's behalf. I'm arguing as in a whole. I
think that you're arguing on your behalf and you're a man.
The people that don't get the vaccine, obviously they're subject to getting COVID, but it should have been their choice. They shouldn't have to be forced on to get a vaccine.
Yeah, so you're just repeating the original argument that you granted. Stop reading off of your note cards and actually engage in my counter rebuttal. My counter rebuttal is incredibly clear. If we were to force the people to get the vaccine, which, by the way, that's not really even forcing them to, but if we were to force people to get the vaccine, have a vaccine mandate in large companies, that would come along with a guarantee that more innocent, valuable human life would be saved. You've already set forth the premise that you agree with forcing people to do things to save innocent, valuable human life from your perspective because you think that abortion should be banned for women. The same logic that underpins your position for why you think abortion should be banned would also underpin the position why we think that there should be forced vaccine mandates for companies at large, for employees at large companies. But if you're curious why people on the left may agree with vaccine mandates but not agree with like pro-life legislation, it's just because we don't think that the fetus's life is valuable, right? But you do. So because you do, these two things are the same.
I mean, as a whole, yeah, I would tie them together, but my argument really isn't on abortion. I am subject.
Okay.
If it's to save a woman's life,
so you have
yes,
two options.
I'm okay with abortion.
So either you think all abortion should be legal because we shouldn't be able to force people to do things, even when forcing them to do it will save innocent, valuable life, or you agree with vaccine mandate. Which one? Are you totally pro-choice or totally pro-vaccine mandate?
Well, I'm like in between. I'm not really either. I mean,
No,
if it's going to save a woman's
it's a true
life, obviously
dichotomy.
I'm okay with abortion.
You only have two options here. You only have two options. It's either that you're totally pro-choice in all scenarios because it's never okay to force people to do things to save innocent, valuable human life, or stay pro-life because it's okay to force people to to do things to save innocent, valuable human life, and then we could have a debate about specifically abortion later. But that would also make you pro-vaccine mandate because it's just another example of forcing people to do things to save more innocent, valuable human life. So which one is it?
I mean, going off that argument, I would go with I wouldn't force anyone to do anything.
Okay, so I made you pro-choice?
I mean, you're not giving me middle ground here.
Okay, so now that I've made you pro-choice, now let's evaluate which one of the two administrations are going to be forcing more people to do things against their will to save the lives of others. Well, you had Biden with the attempted vaccine mandate for employees at companies with over 150 employees, but now you have Trump, who overturned Roe v. Wade and sent that legislation back down to the state level, which has led to 66 million American women and girls being denied access to elective lethal abortions, and 60 women and girls that were raped and get impregnated being denied access to abortions in 10 over 50 states on a daily basis, which also comes along with increases in pregnant woman mortality rates upwards of a figure of 2. So because Donald Trump's policy on abortion is forcing more more people to do more things against their will than Biden's vaccine mandate was, even from this perspective that we should never force anybody to do something that they don't want against their will, even if it saves lives, still yet you would prefer the Biden-Harris administration over the Trump administration.
I've already agreed that I do not like Trump. He is a bad person. He has done a lot of wrong things. I really don't stand with Trump very much anymore after watching your debates and after watching just debates in general, because he's hurt a lot of innocent lives.
Okay, so do you agree that the
Biden
Biden-Harris administration was better than the Trump administration because in comparison they forced less people to do things they didn't want to do?
I mean, under Trump's administration, I've not been forced personally, or my family hasn't been forced to do anything. But as in a whole, yes, I would say Trump probably forces on a lot more things than the Biden-Harris administration did.
Okay, and you said that
Which
this
I've
was your
already
one.
agreed that Trump's a bad person, and I don't really like.
Okay,
the
so in
administration.
retrospect, you would have voted for Kamala Harris over Trump?
Now versus like back then, I would probably vote for Trump, but now knowing that what I know, like yeah, probably.
Wow.
But I just don't really agree with the whole misuse of OSHA.
Yeah, but I mean, you just think that banning abortion is like more negatively impactful than Biden's misuse, quote unquote, of OSHA. Well, I mean, wow, dang. Honestly, what a unique argument that I used to change your mind there. I've never done that one before. Usually, like the arguments that I give are like, you know, repeated time and time again because so many people say the same thing. I just haven't had somebody give the particular argument you did. So this was kind of a new, unique one. Appreciate you for coming up, and I'm happy I could change your mind.
Yep.
I'm going to take care. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue right now. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That was a very unique argument. All right, let's go to get that next guest connected right now. We got Caden connecting up to the live. Here we go. First change mind of the day. We love it. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you. Jennifer with the $20 says, hey, Dean, you want to hear a funny debate I had earlier this year with somebody who was trying to convince me that Nazis were socialists? And I'm like, no, Nazis were radical, murderistic crazies. Well, listen, they'll say that the Nazis were socialists because they had the word socialist in their party name. And if you want to know why they had the word socialist in their party name, it was just propaganda to try to convince like the working German people that weren't Jewish, weren't Romani, weren't black, weren't disabled, and weren't gay, that they were like a party of them and for them, right? But if we just want to say that if a phrase has a word in it, that therefore it is that word, well, like all of a sudden, next time I'm going to the men's restroom, I'm going to eat a urinal cake because I guess it's a cake, right? Or the gay Mario Party is like actually Nazi because the word party is also in the phrase Nazi party. Whoa. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now on the hop inside of that box. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, please do follow the rules of the live stream. I'd appreciate that if you would. I'd appreciate it if you would. I'd appreciate it if you want. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now.
All right. Thank you so much for your input, Sophie. I do appreciate you. Let's go and get the next guest connected to the live stream right now. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. Dean Withers without the letter E in that last name Withers. It's a very best way to support me, support the stream, ask a question, or get a message across. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Yeah, you're like 4. Joseph, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, man, who says secret argument level unlocked. This is a new approach for this topic. Yeah, I know. It's like... It's a new secret argument unlocked. Well, you just like, I've just literally, I do these debates every day. I've never heard, the position that we did from the last guest, just holding a hard line against the attempted OSHA mandate for the vaccine. So, required a little bit, of a new line of argumentation. Appreciate you for the $20, Joseph. You're the man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What up? Why can't we all be Americans?
So, well, maybe because Donald Trump is trying to unconstitutionally take American citizenship away from some citizens. So we can't all be Americans because Donald Trump is trying to unconstitutionally take citizenship away from some.
Man, I just think it'd be better if there was an objective view of everything, you know what I mean?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. I have 3 buckets that I kind of put people in insofar as why they're Trump supporters. Really unintelligent, really evil, or really misinformed. Okay? I might throw you in that 3rd bucket because if you're saying, why can't we all just kumbaya and come together? Meanwhile, you're a Trump supporter. You might just be misinformed about who Trump is, what he stands for, and what he does. So let's hear it from the source. Why do you support Trump?
Shoot, I don't even know. No, I'm kidding. I'm just here trolling. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. Sean, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Sean. That is very kind of you. Thank you, Sean. Let's get to it. Sean W. Sean says, hope this is the right account. It sure is. I always find it so ludicrous that these people never have a red line on anything. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Red lines. The one thing that Trump supporters lack. Unless it's against like Biden, right? Or Obama. Or Kamala Harris. Maybe some of their red lines against Kamala Harris is the fact that she's a woman, and that's it. Creed, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. Creed says, my grandmother met Hitler in person on many occasions before they ultimately fled to Poland. She hated him until the day he died and believed that he had no redeeming qualities worth mentioning. He was evil. What an interesting family story. Creed, what an interesting family story. Wow. MAGA Crusader, do you support Trump?
Play Farm Sim, please, Dean. Play Farm Sim.
I could
please.
never get mad at you, Farm Sim fetus.
Oh.
I could never get mad at you. I won't ban you. Thank you so much for bringing us back to the days of trolling before the relentless We Are Charlie Kirkers. Okay.
Oh, Dean, I'm master debating, Dean. Forgot me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only opposite side of the key if you happen to be MAGA. We got I Hope for Change joining. Ashia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you. He says, Loki tired of people saying that Hitler was a good artist. He wasn't. He lacked the basics. Yeah, he was like denied entry into an art school. He sucked. Dude was terrible. Welcome in. I Hope for Change. Jesus fucking Christ. Scared the shit out of me. Margaret, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you so much, Margaret. You're the GOAT. Margaret with a $25 says thank you. Well, thank you, Margaret, for the very kind donation, and I am very, very grateful for you. Thank you so very much, Margaret. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Banned. Looking for Trump supporters and Trump supporters only. Kai, thank you for the $1. Says test monies. Is this the right account? It sure is, Kai. Amber, thank you for the $50 dono. Yo, let's get 500 Amber W's. That is wild, Amber. Thank you so much for the love and support. Massive, massive donation. Amber with a $50 says, I was watching Parker's live the other day. I wanted to send this to both of you, but I couldn't. I laughed so hard when the caller said Superman had was no more intrinsically valued than an ant or a cow. Yet he said animation/cartoons do not because they're not alive or real. Yeah, bro, that was AV. He was a fucking nut. I appreciate you for the $50, Amber. I hope that you enjoyed today's live stream. Thank you so much for that love and support. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I love you!
Guys, rules. Follow them. Bad rules. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Jesus Christ. Joseph, thank you for the $40 donation on Venmo. This came in 30 minutes ago. I'm just getting around to seeing it now. Thank you so much for that love, my friend. Joseph for the 40. You've been very kind to me today. So all of you guys have been. Joseph for the 40 says, weeding through the trolls just to try to find the Trump supporters. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, yet you wade through it, that muck and mire every day. Here's to you, kid. Good luck today. Yeah, I appreciate you for the luck, Joseph. Apparently we're going to need it. These people stink today. Holy. Thank you.
Finally got one, Dean. You finally got one.
You support Trump?
Of course, man.
You're going to scream at me?
No, I'm just kidding. Dean, you're so sexy. You are the
sexiest. Oh my God! Oh my God! Moving on to the next guest. Bro, jeez. Eva, thank you for the $10 and happy 19th birthday! Happy 19th birthday, Eva. You are awesome. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Uzbekistan
is a country. True. Moving on to the next guy. So we're just gonna move on to the next guy. So we're gonna look for the next Trump supporter. I'm already losing my energy, and we've been for 50 minutes. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Too bad you're like fucking 12, dude. You gotta be 18 minimum to join. Thank you. 18 minimum. Thank you. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Not even loaded in yet. That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. Whatever. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. We got Debbie Jones loading up in. Listen, folks. We have had one debate with one Trump supporter that lasted 10 minutes in the last hour, and we changed his mind. For all like the trolls, can you guys like please stop? Like please. It's been an hour now. We've had one 10-minute debate with one Trump supporters. The other 50 minutes were all trolls. It's like, please just allow me to take better advantage of the 4 hours that I have every day to host these lives. Like, we changed his mind, guys. The one Trump supporter that we've been able to get to in the last hour, we changed his mind. Like, can you guys please let me continue to try to change the minds of other Trump supporters? It's meaningful. This matters. It's like, I know that a vast majority of these trolls are on the left. You understand the value in helping people to understand why Trump is a bad president. And we've already been so successful in that today. Because the one Trump supporter that you guys have allowed me to find, because 99% of the people in the queues are trolls. The one Trump supporter you guys have allowed me to find, we've been able to change his mind. Just stop, bro. You've had an hour. We only do 4 hours a day. It's not like I extend the length of my live stream any longer because we have an hour of trolls. Let's go to get that next guest, Harvey, connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? I'm very close to just ending. I've been talking about this a lot recently. We're really close to just stopping the streams altogether. There must be a more effective way to change minds.
Oh, I'm in the Dean's live.
Daisy, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age?
18.
What year are you born in?
2008.
What month?
March.
And why do you support Trump?
Because I agree more with like the regulations of ICE and abortion.
You think that abortion should be regulated? Do you think that abortion should be banned in circumstances of rape?
No, but that's like less of the case. That's like 0.01%.
Okay, I think that it should only be banned in elective circumstances. Why?
I don't. I don't know.
If you don't know why you think that the abortion should be banned, then why do you think that the abortion should be banned?
Because it's still a human life.
Okay, yeah, but we don't give value to people just because they happen to be a member of our same species. There's many human lives that don't have the right to life, like brain dead patients. Biologically human, they're biologically alive, but it's not murder when doctors kill them. Zygotes, biologically human, biologically alive, but we don't think that women who seek IVF, which is a process which on average kills around 20 zygotes, okay, because there's a lot of failed implantations, are like serial killers. We don't think that a human merely being biologically alive is what makes that human valuable. And I don't think that the fetus is valuable until around 20 through 24 weeks when it has the capacity to intellectualize, because the brain structures developed at that point grant the fetus the ability to deploy low levels of sentience or consciousness. Before then, I don't think that fetus is valuable at all. I don't think that there's anything wrong with killing it. Therefore, I don't think that abortion should be banned. I think that women and girls should have fair, legal access to all elective abortions for any reason or no reason at all.
Okay, I get what I understand what you are saying, but like when you're talking about like it's like the value of a human life, and some people don't have like the value of a life, but like it's the same thing about with like with people who are immigrants and saying that they deserve to have life too, like they deserve to have a life here in America, but like the babies don't. That's just what confuses me.
nothing that you just said makes sense? Do you want to try to find another way to say it?
Yeah, hold on. So, okay, so basically what you're saying is that a fetus isn't valuable. Is that what you're trying to say with me?
I'm saying that fetuses do not have the right to life. Right.
Yes. So, okay.
All right, she just left. That's fine. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the live stream, folks. Make sure if you're inside of the queue, you're here for a debate. Make sure that you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it so much if you guys could follow the rules. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Seconds, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you, Seconds, for the $20. And I'm not going to read your message off on air, just so we aren't promoting that. I hope you understand why. But just know that I appreciate you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Seconds. Hey, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
Sort of. I'm 24.
Okay, you said sort of. Well, let's talk about it. Let me first thank a couple of people, and then Mike, the floor will be yours. Corel, thank you for the $3 on PayPal. He says, I've been tuning into your streams while at work every day for the past month. I appreciate you educating this generation. Well, I appreciate you, Corel. Molly with the $7 says, would you debate clavicular? I mean, what would I debate him on? Dude, honestly, he seems to be having... enough of his own personal problems right now with that new botch nose job. Jeez. He's getting eaten alive by his own audience, and he's like crying about it. He created that audience. Astrid, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you, Astrid. And then Victoria, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal as well. I appreciate you. On Venmo, thank you, Brandon, for the $1. Says, hang in there, man. I appreciate you. Bill, thank you for the $1. And Jack, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you, Jack. 200 Jack W's in that chat. Jack with the 20 says that Hitler's story reminded me. My dad was a businessman in NYC decades ago and had a meeting with Trump. He said he was exactly awful and ridiculous as he is today. Hated him and ran. Based dad alert. Show some love to Jack and Jack's dad down below. Rhino with the $10 says you've earned this. So the stream is brutal. I appreciate you. Vanessa, thank you for the $10. It's so good to see you. I hope that you've been doing well. Mar, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Z, thank you for the $25. That's funny, Z. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 200 ZWs. Thank you. You are awesome. We're all caught up. If you want to support me, support the stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube, and that's at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. Go ahead and take it away, Clark.
All right. Sorry. So when you were talking with that other lady just a few minutes ago, so value of life is non-irrelevant until what age exactly?
Okay, well, you want to have an abortion conversation. Okay, I'll just tell you what my position is, but then I want you to tell us what you think Trump is a good president. So my position is that the fetus doesn't have moral deservance, carries no considerable moral weight until around 20 through 24 weeks. But why do you support Trump?
Well, really only for just the policies that he created.
Which ones?
Certain ones were good, but granted, no one is perfect. Some of them I did not agree with.
Yeah, what's your favorite Trump policy? Let's hear it.
So, one of them is the abortion. That is for me. And I know you go over the great scenario. Like, why should that be justified?
Do you think that abortion should be banned in circumstances of rape?
No.
Okay. Would you argue that you would support a candidate like Harris over Trump if Harris would have saved more innocent, valuable human lives?
Define innocent human lives. What do you mean? Because you just devalued humans if they were either brain dead or, not born. Because life is life to me.
This is an internal critique from your position. And when I say innocent, I just mean like a life that has done no considerable wrong that would justify terminating said life. Okay? Right? So the question is, would you agree that from your perspective, you would stop supporting Trump and would argue in retrospect you should have voted for Kamala Harris if it was true that Kamala Harris would have saved more innocent human lives than Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that is true. So the Lancet did a study on this. Donald Trump defunded USAID. That was a federal system of benefit that sent money overseas to stop the transmission of AIDS, malaria, HIV, to give people access to food and drinking water. And the study from The Lancet says that because of Donald Trump's cuts to USAID over the course of the next 4 years, by 2030, 14 million people will die. Now, if Kamala Harris was elected, USAID never would have been cut and 14 million lives would have been saved, in contrast to where we're at today. Meaning that if Kamala Harris was president today, more innocent human lives would have been saved, even in consideration of her pro-abortion position and Donald Trump's anti-abortion position.
Okay. Back to the actual topic that I was actually mentioning, which was the value of life. When you say saves more, considerably more innocent lives, right? That's what you said?
If Kamala Harris was president, there'd be considerably more innocent human lives being saved for the reasons that I just gave you about Donald Trump's cuts to USAID. Can you please respond to that?
And I get that. What I'm saying is saving more lives would have been to ban abortion.
Even in consideration,
they have not.
Even in consideration of abortion, this you understand that this arithmetic is also being made in consideration of abortion. So yeah, Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, and by the way, that hasn't cut the numbers of abortions at all. Okay, we went from 900,000 annually to 1.1 million annually after he overturned Roe v. Wade. There's only been more lives killed. But assuming that Donald Trump's abortion ban stopped every single abortion in America, Kamala Harris still would have saved around 3 to 4 times more innocent lives per year than Donald Trump. Because every single year, for every 900,000 fetuses, okay, that Donald Trump would have saved if his anti-abortion policy was 100% effective, there would have been 3.4 million people around the globe that Kamala Harris would have saved because she wouldn't have defunded USAID. So the argument is, even when we consider abortion, even when we create this crazy hypothetical where Donald Trump did stop all abortions, Kamala Harris still would have saved more innocent life.
I'm not into that study stuff, so I'll leave that part to you. But
do you accept that if everything that I'm saying is true, then you would have preferred Harris?
If she was pro-life, yeah, I would have.
No, not if she was pro-life. If she would have saved more innocent human life.
But that's the fact, though. She wasn't, so I did not vote for her.
That was a part of my. That was a part of the evaluation that I just did. We're assuming Kamala Harris wants totally legal abortion, which means 900,000 abortions per year annually in America.
Okay, but why are we assuming?
Donald Trump wants totally illegal abortion, which is, minus, or I guess, 900,000 innocent lives saved. Are you following so far? So if Harris is elected, 900,000 fetuses die every year. If Trump is elected, 900,000 fetuses live every year. Are you following?
Look, I get the math.
Are you following? Are you following? I just want a yes or no. So far, you're
following.
Perfect.
I'm following.
Now, let's also evaluate the life saved or killed through USAID. If Kamala Harris was elected, 3.4 million lives saved every year, according to The Lancet. If Donald Trump was elected, 3.4 million lives lost every year, according to The Lancet. So even if we consider the lives killed by abortion morally considerable, well, it's still true that Kamala Harris would have saved an additional 3 to 4 times more innocent human lives than Donald Trump. Because she, under her policy, would be killing 900,000 fetuses because she's pro-abortion, while also saving 3.4 million people by continuing to fund USAID. Under Donald Trump's policy, he would have been saving 900,000 fetuses because he's anti-abortion at the expense of killing 3.4 million people across the globe by defunding USAID. If you care about innocent human life, the line does not stop at unicellular organisms growing within a woman's uteruses. No. The lives of the people that are being killed by Donald Trump's defunding to USAID also matter. And for that reason, from your perspective of voting in accordance with the candidate who you believe will save the most innocent human life possible, you should have voted for Kamala Harris.
Okay, I get your argument. But what we're not talking about is the fact that it is not how it was set up. She was and pro was Trump. There is the only way. Like, why are we going off of hypotheticals when hypothetical didn't happen? The hypothetical
What's the
wasn't there.
hypothetical that didn't happen?
You just gave me the hypothetical. If Kamala Harris, with retrospect of the abortion and the USAID, okay, look, you put that whole argument together to say, okay,
But
if
what's
this
the
was
what's the
this-
unfair hypothetical that I'm giving you?
I didn't say unfair. I just said it
What's
wasn't
the hypo?
realistic.
What's okay, it's what wasn't realistic? Tell me. I didn't give you a hypothetical,
exact
and
same
everything
thing
that
that
I
you've been
said
saying
was
this whole
realistic. What was specifically? What did I say that was unrealistic?
Look, the entirety of this argument is based, for me, which is all that
No,
it
no,
is
no, no,
supposed
no,
to be.
no, no, no. Answer me. What specifically did I say that was unrealistic? Was it unrealistic that if Kamala Harris was elected, there would be 3.4 million lives saved annually via the continued funding of USAID? No! According to The Lancet, USAID has saved 94 million lives over the course of the last 21 years. Where do
Is
you
that
think
source
that figure
actually
comes from?
verified
One moment.
and account-
Where do you think that figure comes from? It comes from the historical number of lives saved by USAID funding. It's not a hypothetical. It's not unrealistic. It's actually data that we've lived out over the course of the last 21 years on the global stage with the conception of USAID. There's nothing unrealistic about that.
Look, the fact is, you asked if I supported Trump. I said I do. For this reason.
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah.
much.
Then I gave you a killer counter argument that you still can't defeat. Respond to the counter argument, dude. How can you sit here and say, nah, I support Trump the rapist who's starting needless wars of choice in Iran, killing 160 girls, destroying our economy here at home, taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 die every single year via lack of access to healthcare because he's going to save all these fetuses by banning abortion. But then when he actually overturns Roe v. Wade, the level of abortions annually only goes up. And then I'm like, bro, hey, well, if we actually assume that Donald Trump stopped all abortions in America every single year, which is not true. The opposite is happening. As I just said, abortion numbers are going up. Then Kamala Harris still would have saved more innocent human lives. Why is that not a valid counter argument to your position? He left. I couldn't explain why that wasn't a valid counter argument to his position. Get fucking clapped. Get 360 no scope, kid. I'm gonna fucking recruit difficulty bot lobby on BO2 right now, dude. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue right now. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I appreciate y'all. Let's go to get the next guest, Mr. Gamer loading up. Deborah and Jesse, I appreciate y'all for the galaxies. You guys are awesome. Man, we're cooking today. We are cooking today, buddy. Holy. Dude, we're making that phase trick shot compilation video right now. And it's just back to back to back to back, dude. We're going to make the recruitment, man. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. All right, folks, here we go. Moving on to the next person. Also, guys, make sure in the meantime that you're double tapping away in that phone screen of yours. That really helps us out. Also, make sure that you're sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Hit that share button on the bottom right-hand corner of your phone screen and hit repost. It really does help us. Welcome into You Sport Trump.
Hi.
Child, goodbye. On Venmo, thank you, Eliza, for the $20 donation on Venmo. Eliza, you are the shit. Thank you so very much. You are awesome. Eliza with the 20 says, my ex took her daughter to the White House for Easter. I told him I don't want her to spend any time around anyone in the files. He said, how am I supposed to know who's in them? I said, Trump and Melania for a start. He asked for proof. I said, the files. Thought you'd find that funny? I can honestly just kind of find that concerning. I don't think that the judgment of your ex is too good. Good luck. Thank you for the $20, Eliza. Hope the kids are all right. Welcome in, Nicole. Do you support Trump? Nicole!
Hello.
Oh, there you are. I just had to sing to you. It's welcome in. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, give me a second.
Oh man, your mic sucks. You got to disconnect Bluetooth, dude. I'm feeling like Snow White singing to the birds. You
Okay,
know,
I'm
I
here.
gotta sing to get the guests to say what's good, to become a real person, to come alive, give me an argument insofar as why they support Trump. Welcome in. Are you MAGA?
I would say I'm conservative.
All right. Jeez, man, why?
Christian. Grew up Christian. I'm
I
not
think
sure
that
if
I think that
I
would probably make you like really like socially progressive, maybe a little bit further left than the Democratic Party.
um I would say I lean more towards conservative
Why?
things.
The Bible says, care for those with lesser than you. The way that you treat those with lesser than you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. The conservatives
Mhm.
say, if you have lesser than me, fuck you, eat shit and die. And then the president takes her
Uh,
health care away, takes her food stamps away, and then illegally taxes him $92 billion.
well, I think social media definitely heightens up those extremists, but a lot of Christians that don't speak up because they get hated on from social media again. We actually do value and care about people, and it's just not
I don't think that. Well, then don't subscribe yourself to Trumpism. Don't subscribe yourself to being a supporter of the GOP. They don't. They're protecting
right,
pedophiles and the Epstein files. They're illegally
right. And
taxing low-income Americans billions of dollars through unconstitutional tariffs. They're leaving 1 in 5 kids in West Virginia to starve and then taking their food stamps away. They're starting needless wars of choice overseas and killing kids. They're threatening a path of conquest and invasion of all of our allies, completely upsetting the global flow, and threatening to infringe on the livelihoods and the right to self-determinations of millions of people living everywhere. See, like, clearly
mm,
these things are like anti-Christian, but this is the embodiment of the GOP.
well, from my side of the algorithm, because we get fed different algorithms, but I like following you and hearing your stuff because you give more well-rounded perspective, and so I'm that's why I'm not identifying as MAGA, but definitely think there are causes as Christians that we can disagree on. But for the most part, on my side of the algorithm, most conservative movements is basically America first, right? So we get the tariffs and things like that. That's like supporting our economy. It's helping people off the streets. It's, you know, this is my first time like talking to someone on live, so I'm a little nervous, but um, but basically, just to get to the point, I am pro-life, and I was hearing a lot of pro-life people on here. Um, I am currently pregnant. I waited um, until I was 34, which, yay, to have a baby. I had my career first, did all that, did a lot of preventative care, took responsibility for my own body because I hear a lot of people are saying, my body, my choice. Well, I did take control of that. I chose my career. I had a lot of family members who were considering abortion until they saw their ultrasound, and they were encouraged to have abortions, but they decided to have my nieces and nephews. And so it's really hard for me to not be pro-life, seeing the outcome and just taking care of my side of the lane.
Sorry, I'm not yawning at you or anything that you said. I guess I'm just tired today, and that was a really inconveniently timed yawn. My apologies. That was like a real yawn, I swear. It wasn't like a dig
It's
or
cool. It's
anything.
cool.
Do you think that abortion should be banned in rape cases?
I'm gonna say what Charlie Kirk said, and I don't believe that it's good to repay evil with evil. That's also quoted from the Bible, by the
Yeah,
way.
well, that
But
argument just preassumes that abortions in circumstances of rape cases are evil. It's not an argument that
well,
it's evil. It's the pre-assumption that it's evil. I could give you an
I
argument
don't
that it
think
isn't.
people, yeah, I don't think people who get an abortions are evil. I think they are caught in a
How about
predicament.
this? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
If you needed my kidney to live, should I be forced to give it to you?
No, it's by
Okay.
your voluntary.
So if a
But
fetus needs the
again,
bodily resources of a raped 12-year-old to live, why should the raped 12-year-old be forced to give them to it?
well, that's a very rare circumstance, but that's
Mm-hmm.
very evil and gross and awful. And I would condemn any child rapists. Being a mother myself, like, yeah,
Yeah, I'm happy that you
condemn that.
condemn child rape. Can you answer my question though?
What was it? Repeat it.
You said if you needed my kidney to live, I shouldn't be forced to give you my kidney, even if you died.
Absolutely,
So,
yeah.
fetuses need the bodily resources of rape victims to live. Why should the rape victim
because-
be forced to give that fetus their bodily resources?
Do you believe in equality?
Yeah. Do you?
So do you believe?
Do you believe in
one life
equality?
is more? Yes.
Okay. So you believe in equality, but you still think I shouldn't be forced to give my bodily resources to you to keep you alive. I believe in equality. I don't think that a rape victim should be forced to give their bodily resources to a fetus to keep it alive.
Well, now I see why they pay you the big bucks. You're making valid points, but however, with like a kidney is your choice. Like you can put that on your driver's license if you're going to be a donor. You know, that is something that you think about and put. And whether or not I die from like my kidney exploding or whatever, that's not your responsibility. We should take responsibility for our own actions and our own bodies. And so. And I'm not talking about rape. I'm talking about just generally because
we're talking about rape cases first. Then we'll move on to the rest of them. And isn't that funny that we could choose if we want our organs to save other people's lives even once we're dead, but rape victims, while they're alive, can't choose if their bodily resources save the lives of others? Dead bodies have more rights to their own bodily autonomy than rape victims when they become pregnant in red states that banned abortion. Isn't that fucked up?
I think rape in general is messed up, of course, and evil. And I know it sucks if you, like, it's unimaginable to go through that trauma, but killing another life is not going to erase that trauma, unfortunately.
I don't think that you're listening to me. I'm not arguing that rape victims should have access to abortion because it makes the rape go away. I'm arguing that rape victims should have access to abortion because they don't have an obligation to give their bodily resources to the fetus to keep it alive. The same way I don't have an obligation to give my kidney to you to keep you alive. What's the difference?
Well, it sounds like you're just comparing apples to oranges.
Which means there's a big difference between the two scenarios, which is why I asked you to tell us what that difference is.
Well, we're talking about, you know, an innocent life that has no choice in the matter whether they were born or not. But the fact is that they are born, you know.
Okay. You're an innocent life, and you have no choice in the fact that you need one of my kidneys to live. Should I be forced to give it to you?
It wasn't mine to begin with. I wasn't part of your DNA. I'm not half of your DNA. I'm not, you know, if anything, I think it would be more of a responsibility on a family member that's more a close relative, a close friend, not a complete stranger.
Do you think that familiarity is born out of biological relationship? No, that's not true. My grandparents have an adopted son that they're raising. If he met his biological mom would be a complete stranger.
Okay, how about
familiarity is not born out of biology; it's born out of relationship. So that's not a difference between these two things.
Like in rape, how about I just concede to the rape? You know, that is like a gray area for me, and so I can concede with that. I think it's more up to the victim to make that decision. But I think that they can consider, you know, whether or not it's going to actually erase their trauma or not. I know a lot of rape victims are happy to be alive. I mean, not rape victims, of course they are too, but children from the product of rape, a lot of them are happy to be alive. And
I'm sure if I gave you my kidney to save your life, you'd sure be happy to be alive.
Sure.
Yeah, but I shouldn't be forced to.
I mean,
Right?
I never said you.
See how like
you
simple
would.
it is? It's easy. I understand that you may
Um,
be taken off guard by my simplicity and swagger with my counter arguments here, but I swear it's really just that easy.
it's just hard because it's not like I'm a part of you. Like I'm not part of your DNA, and I wasn't born from you. I'm not living inside your body to be like
Well, that's only
a
more
right to life.
invasive. If you were living inside of my body, I would only be more justified in expelling you. Think about it this way. The government knows you need my kidney to live. I go to sleep tonight. They kidnap me in the middle of the night. They sedate me. Then I wake up in a room connected to you by an umbilical cord for the next 9 months. And that umbilical cord is very slowly going to give you one of my kidneys. Now, you are literally connected inside of my body. I would only be more righteous and more justified in refusing to give you my body and refusing to give you my kidney and getting up, cutting that umbilical cord and walking out. Maybe if you weren't literally inside of my body, if you weren't literally connected to my body, one could say, Dean, come on, man, you're not going to give her one of your kidneys to save her life? Shame. Okay. But it's like if you are forcefully connected to me for the next 9 months and you are sucking my bodily resources from my body, if I get up, I walk out, and I disconnect you from me, no one's going to be like, oh, you should have saved your life. Shame. No, that's only more invasive. The cost to myself for providing you my bodily resources would only be higher. So when you tell me, well, Dean, if I needed one of your kidneys to live, you wouldn't have an obligation to give me one. But the reason why rape victims have an obligation to give fetuses their bodily resources is because of fetuses inside of them. No, that just makes the exhaustive cost of giving the other person their resources higher, which only gives more reason to the rape victim to stop doing it and to say, sayonara, see you later, fetus. If you love them, let them go, right?
Well, two things. Like one, if you had a daughter or a son that needed your kidney, would you give them that?
Well, I think I should have the choice to give them that. Preface the word choice. The state should not be able to force me to give them that.
But outside of rape victim cases,
How about you? So if your child became ill and needed one of your kidneys to live, do you think that the state should be able to force you, else risk going to jail, into giving your child one of your kidneys?
But this argument only works if it applies to all scenarios, but you're only pointing this towards rape victims. So
I know,
what about
because I want you to first acknowledge and understand that rape victims should be able to access abortion before we move on to the 99%. Because it's important. I think that rape victims having access to abortion is so important. I think that all abortions are important. I think that all access to abortion is important. But I think anyone would be a fool to deny that it's not significantly more important for rape victims. Right? So that's why I always start the conversation off with having the conversation about rape victims, because it would be infinitely better for you to be a pro-lifer that thinks that abortion should be banned in illegal and elective circumstances, but should be protected in non-elective circumstances like life of the mother or rape. It is just much better. Is it good enough? No, because I think that access to elective abortion is a human right. So we're still violating human rights here, but we're just violating less. So it's like the first step of many. We're running a marathon, and right now we're just trying to get to the halfway point. Hey, Momo. Good kitty. I think that she's leaving. Oh, got tailed. Got tailed by Momo. Nope, that's my water. That's my water kitty. Oh,
Okay.
nope, she's back.
No, my phone was acting up. Sorry. No, it's just a little hard to agree with you just because I do believe that, it's really hard to believe or to agree with you.
When you leave the app, I can't hear you. So right now, I cannot hear you.
All right. It's my phone being too close to my face. But basically, it's really hard for me to fully agree just because of my Christian background. Because
Your
I
Christian
know that
background didn't make it hard for you to fully agree that if you need my kidney to live, I shouldn't be obligated to give it to you. Your Christian background didn't make it hard for you to fully agree that if a child needed their parent's kidney to live, that although it might be a good thing for the parent to give their child one of their kidneys, the state shouldn't be able to force that parent to give one of their child the kidney. See, your Christian background does not make it hard for you to fully agree with the underpinning moral assumptions and foundational logic that entails the conclusion that rape victims should have access to abortion. Because when we apply that same logic in any other scenario, all of a sudden you agree, even in consideration of your Christian background.
okay, so consider this, like, if I was to take your kidney, that's stealing, right? Well, the Bible condemns stealing, the Bible condemns rape, but the Bible, like, it says to punish an innocent child that had nothing to do with the rape. That's where I get stuck on.
I've already explained this to you. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna do it one
But
last time. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Amber. Here's the thing, Amber. The reason why these conversations start getting on my nerves after a while is because they become so repetitive and circular. I've already explained this to you a billion times. Okay? If the government knew you needed my kidney to live, and knew that I had my kidney, kidnapped us both, we both wake up in a room connected to each other via an IV cord for the next 9 months, and that IV cord is going to give you my kidney. Medical technology, massive advancement. IV cords can transmit kidneys now, I guess, whatever. Would it be wrong for me to walk up and disconnect from you, killing you, because I want to keep my kidney? No, it wouldn't be wrong. Now, what's the difference between you and the fetus in that hypothetical? You didn't choose to be in that scenario, just like the fetus. I didn't choose to be in that scenario, just like the rape victim. Fetus is innocent, just like you. So, if an abortion for a rape victim is murder, it would actually be murder for me to get up, walk away, and refuse to provide you my kidney. She's going back to Google. Monica, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. My goat. Thank you so much, Monica. Show some love to Monica down below in that chat. You are awesome. You are awesome. Who says for continuously tolerating the willfully ignorant in hopes of reaching a brain cell. I try my very best, Monica. Jeremiah, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, fun debate this time. No name. Also, your fans are attacking me for being a Trump supporter when I said from the get-go I was not. I'm sorry, Jeremiah. I forget you. What did I debate you on? Then Angelina.
I'm not going to ChatGPT.
And Angela, thank you so much for the $30 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you, Angela. That is a huge donation. Thank you so much for that love and support. Thank you so much. Jeez, Momo, your tail got in my mouth. Ugh. Thank you so much, Angela, for the $30. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Angela. Let's get 300 Angela W's down below. Thank you. Angela with the $30 says, some people only value the potential child. They don't value the living. That's why you couldn't get to that guy who refused to understand why life was saved via USAID was very real. Numbers don't matter to him. Emotions matter. No, you're right, Angela. That was actually a really good example of what we've been saying for a while, that pro-lifers only care about that fetus when it's in the womb, but when it leaves the womb, they stop caring about it. Spence, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. This is the right Venmo. Melissa, I still got a bunch of fucking hair in my mouth. Melissa, I appreciate you so much for the $1. Amy, thank you for the $15. Who says, hey, Dean, my husband started watching with me not too long ago, and we both love what you do. He's been having a week, so if you could please shout him out. His name is Barry. He'd be super stoked. Barry, shout out to you, and shout out to Amy as well. You guys are awesome. Hope that you enjoyed the stream today. Thank you all both very, very much. And then Allie, thank you for the $10. Who says, I think it's time for a new style debate. Sorry, Dean. Maybe so. Thank you for the $10, Allie. And then Bill, thank you for the $1. Brandon, thank you for the $1. Kay and Michelle, thank you guys for the $1. Ma'am, are you back and are you ready to further this dialogue in a productive linear matter?
Sure.
Okay, so then what's the response to the last hypothetical that I gave you?
I don't understand it.
Okay.
I don't. I'm being honest. I mean, it's going to be one of those things that, like, if we don't move past this, we can't talk about other things, and if that's the case...
Okay, just listen to me closely. I'm going to try to find one last way to explain it to you, okay? Max Irby is a 14-year-old who's in need of a dire stem cell transplant. If he doesn't get this stem cell transplant, he's going to die. True story. But his stem cell type is very, 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 very rare. His father set up a drive to collect DNA samples from strangers across the world to determine if they're a stem cell type match. They've collected 40 million samples so far. They've found 0 matches for Max. True story. Once again. Let's say the government figures out that you are the one stem cell match for Max alive. They kidnap you in the middle of the night and they connect you to him via an IV cord for 9 months. You are thereby in the process of giving Max your stem cells to save him. If you disconnect from Max, he dies. Do you think that it would be morally permissible for you to stand up and walk out of that room that the government kidnapped you and put you in and disconnect from Max even if he dies? Would that be morally permissible for you to do?
Yes, because
What's the difference between Max and the fetus? Max didn't choose to be reliant on you to live. Max is innocent. When you disconnect from Max, Max dies. The fetus didn't choose to be reliant on the rape victim to live. The fetus is innocent. When the rape victim disconnects from the fetus dies. One in the same. If it's morally permissible for you in the hypothetical, then it's morally permissible for the rape victim in the real world.
well, it sounds like the example you're giving is from his own body failing him, like a disease or something. I didn't hear everything because I have work being done on the house. But when it comes to the fetus, like that's a living, there's like a heartbeat at like 4 weeks.
Max has a heartbeat, I promise.
You know, but
it's kind of hard to live without one of those.
That's not the body failing. That's not the body failing though. Like, you know, there was no, like the body, without interruption, the baby will come to life.
Okay, and without interruption, Max will stay alive.
I thought you said that it needed intervening. Max would need intervening by somebody else.
No, you wake up in this room connected to Max via an IV for 9 months. The way that you leave that room is by intervening with that process and disconnecting yourself from Max. And Max's body will not fail if you disconnect from him. If you don't disconnect from him. The same way the fetus's body won't fail if you don't disconnect from him. Max's body will fail if you do disconnect from him. The same way the fetus's body will fail if you do disconnect from them. There's no difference.
Okay.
What's the difference?
In this scenario, I don't see a difference.
Okay, so then you are okay with rape victims accessing abortion. You don't think that that's morally wrong in the slightest.
I mean, I did try to concede with you like 20 minutes ago where I was like, okay, maybe rape victims like...
But then you just kind of went back to saying that you think it's wrong. I was kind of confused by that too. Okay. But now you understand why it's not wrong in the slightest, correct?
I guess when it comes to the rape victims specifically, it weighs on their own conscience. And so does the government have the right
not only that the government doesn't have the right to stop them from accessing abortion, but also that there's nothing wrong with them accessing abortion. It's completely morally and totally morally permissible.
I mean, your morals are going to be different from mine, but...
Well, we're talking in accordance with your morals. You said there's nothing morally wrong with you disconnecting from Max in the hypothetical, and then you said that there's no difference between the hypothetical and a rape victim accessing abortion in the real world. Therefore, there's nothing morally wrong with a rape victim accessing abortion in the real world.
Well, in your...
I can't do this loop forever. I either want something original or I want a concession.
I mean, I'm trying to give it to you, but you're not letting me move past this. But literally, if nature played out and we didn't have technology involved, like in your Max situation versus like the fetus, the baby.
Well, the hypothetical preassumes that there's some type of technology involved because you wake up in a room connected to him via an IV for 9 months. You can't change the parameters of my hypothetical.
But but you need technology in order for that to happen. But with the pregnancy,
Yeah.
that could be a natural birth. Like, you don't need any.
That's not a good argument because you need technology in order to keep people with pacemakers alive. Because if we lack technology, if we lack that pacemaker, they die. Does that mean it's okay to steal somebody's pacemaker? No, that's still murder. So it seems like having or not having technology is not morally relevant in the examination on if it's wrong to effectively kill this life.
But there's an intention. Intending to kill a life versus, somebody's body and organs failing medically and needing your support.
If there's an intention to kill a life in abortion, then there's an intention to kill a life by disconnecting from exurby. Because in both scenarios, you're just simply refusing access to your bodily resources on behalf of the other life. It's the same thing.
I mean, I'm not going to condemn a rape victim for making a hard choice.
You don't even think it's a choice that's morally wrong. You think it's totally permissible in accordance with your logic. I've already said this.
I think it's admirable if a choice is given to proceed with the birth.
Yeah, because we view unnecessary hardships as admirable. I don't know why we do that. It's strange. But this doesn't change the fact that from your perspective, you don't think it's morally wrong for them to access abortion.
For a rape victim, no.
Cool. Yep. I appreciate you for the conversation, Nicole. I'm going to end it there. I know I said I'd have a conversation with you about elective abortion, but based on the last conversation that we've had for the last 30 minutes or so as it relates to rape victims, I'm going to move on to the next guest. I'm really happy that I was able to change your mind on that, though. It's an important thing for people's minds to be changed on. I don't know why people continue to come up here and have abortion debates, but hey, we changed your mind. That's a good thing. Hey, whoop, whoop, yippee. I mean, let's walk away with a dub. We can recognize that's a good thing, right? Rape victims are being denied access to abortion in 10 over 50 states. Even if all pro-lifers thought like her after that conversation, that wouldn't be happening. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Avina, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. That is AVI. I'm just going to call you Avi. Avi, thank you for the $25. You were awesome. Thank you. Avi with the $25 says, let me pull up the message. When I was 14, I was raped. I ended up pregnant and was forced to keep my child. And as much as I love my son, I find myself regretting it often. I could have been a better mother to a child later, and I see his father in him. It's just, I don't know. Oh, man. I am so sorry that you have to deal with those turmoils and complexities. I feel so terrible for you, Avi, and I just can't even imagine the position that you are in. That sounds like such an incredibly tough position to be in, and I'm so sorry to hear that.
God, that makes you feel look so sympathetic because you're getting.
Thank you so much, Abby.
Because you're
I
getting
appreciate
donation
you for the $25 and for sharing that with us. Like, that's an incredibly morally complex and difficult life to live. Victoria, I appreciate you for the $1 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Sophia, thank you for the 2 pennies. Isaiah, thank you for the $1. He says, I don't think that she will concede, but I applaud your patience and love your streams. She did concede. W's. And Spins, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Wow, man. Holy crap. Thank you, boss. Let's get 500 Spins W's down below. Holy moly. That's kind of you. That is SPENCE. 500 Spins W's. Thank you. Spence with the $50 says, had a stroke last month. Still have more brain cells than these folks. Thanks for making my recovery more good. Well, I'm happy that we could help with your recovery process. I hope that you're all right, and I hope that process continues to go well. And I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Spence. Genevieve, thank you for the $20, who says, could you please ask them, quote unquote, since you give fetuses human rights, if the mother died because of her pregnancy but the baby lived, would you consider convicting the baby of murder? I've been dying to know the response. Genevieve, the response to that question is no, because the baby wouldn't be responsible for the death of the mother in a morally relevant sense, because they're not like a freely acting agent. They didn't freely act to kill the mom. Sarah, thank you for the $10, who says hello to Momo. Well, thank you, Sarah, for the $10. Stephanie, thank you for the $1. And Abby, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. That is ABI. Show some love to Abby down below in that chat. And Abby, thank you so much for that really good analogy as well. I appreciate you so much for that love, Abby. As well as Logan, thank you for the 1 penny over on Venmo. Appreciate you, Logan, on PayPal. Thank you, Marco, for the $11. He says, hey, Dean, been feeling down for the past year, but your live streams give me a little bit of hope and joy to keep on going. Thank you for what you continue to do. Well, thank you, Marco. Let's get 200 Marco W's in that chat. That is MARKO. Usually I don't think like singular penny donations, but I'm going to do that now just to make Liam wait for a little bit longer. Logan, thank you for the 1 penny over on PayPal. Layla, thank you for the $50 donation on PayPal as well. Oh my God, Layla, that is Layla. Layla, thank you so much for the $50, who says peace and love XO. P.S. I got so... That's funny, Layla. Thank you for the $50. I'm not going to read that out. Just know that I really appreciate you. Let's get 500 Layla W's down below. Peace and love to you as well. Jaina, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you. Who says, I would not want to have a child that would cause me to resent that child because of how that child came to be in regards to the argument of rape. And I completely understand that, Jaina. Thank you so much for the $20. Please show some love to Jaina. Same thing to you, Molly. Thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, I'm donating a kidney to a local man on Wednesday. His family tested, but no match. I decided to be tested, and I, total stranger, am a match. Damn, you're a really good person, Molly. Holy shit. Wow, we got some good people that watch the streams. Jesse, thank you for the $30 donation. Who says, I freaking love your cat. Well, I freaking love you. I am a big fan of anybody who's a fan of Momo. Thank you for the $30, Jesse. Let's get 300 Jesse W's. And then Philip, thank you so much for the $15 donation over on PayPal. You're the goat. Thank you. And thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Who says, literally sitting in dialysis right now. I could get on board with this whole kidney donation by force concept. Yeah, get out of here. I hope that dialysis goes well, and that's funny. Let's get 200 NWs down below in that comment section. Seriously, though, I do hope that the dialysis goes well. And then Dwayne, thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal as well. He says, stop running, Dean. The people want it. The Momo show is to come. Maybe
He's not going to stop
show
running.
Thank you so much for the $20, Dwayne. Karen, thank you so much for the $15. She says, here's a gift for you on my 58th birthday. Happy 58th birthday, Karen.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's get 600 Karen W's down below in that chat. Show some love to Karen down below for her birthday. That is so exciting. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for that love and happy birthday. And then Joy, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that love, Joy, who says...
Mute me again, Dean.
Hey, Dean, I just want to say that even though you don't always debate on the LGBTQ plus topics, especially on the women's side of it, I want to thank you for actually supporting us. So thank you. Well, thank you, Joy, for being here. Thank you for the $20. And I'm so sorry that society has failed you and other American women and girls across the world so incredibly terribly. Thank you guys so much for all the love. You guys are awesome. Please show some massive love to all of the donors down below in that chat. Same thing to you with the $5 over on Super Chat Viper. I appreciate you so much, Viper. Hey, Liam.
Are you going to grow up and have a conversation with, and respect your elders?
Nope. Just thank you so much for allowing me.
Are you going to run like a track star again?
Thank you so much for allowing me to waste some of your time. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue. I just wanted to waste his time. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Oh, hey, listen, our friend's back. Did you finally decide that you wanted to conjure up a response to what I said earlier, Miss Comment Warrior?
Well, I've been in the queue for a hot minute, so...
Okay. So, Miss Comment Warrior, what's your take on what I had to say to you earlier?
Well, what did you say to me earlier? I forgot, because I was in the queue for so goddamn long.
Well, that's crazy. Just completely forgot it. You were like, haha, Dean, you love
You
a
laughed
Nazi.
at Charlie. No, you cried at Charlie Kirk dying.
Over his death. So I didn't cry because he died. 3 reasons. Cried because I was scared as shit could happen to me. Cried because my buddy was there 20 feet away, FaceTime me, running away screaming, thought it was a mass shooting. And cried because although I hated the guy, I still personally knew him, and seeing that gory graphic video of him getting his jugular ripped open was terrible.
Right. Okay. Can I ask you another question? It's a political.
I mean, do you want to respond to those 3 things first?
Well, I feel bad for you and your friend, if that's what you want me to, say, because I don't think that anyone should have to see that, but I don't feel bad for Charlie or his family.
But do you understand how, like, those three reasons explain why, Dean's performative
Yes, I do understand
because he
that.
cried for Charlie Kirk is a bad argument?
Yeah, I get that now, okay?
Oh.
I understand that.
Hey, that's very kind of you. Another mind change. W. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Another mind change. Quite frankly, another mind change.
Just time to play farming sim.
Get out of here. You gotta get better at singing. Let's get that next guest train loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Another mind changed. We're changing so many minds today. All the minds are getting changed. She said brother in all caps in that comment section. We changed your mind. We changed your mind. Welcome in, Trend. Do you sport Trump?
Oh, yes, I do.
Age?
I am 21.
What year were you born in?
05.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, do you work a job? Do you go to university?
No, I'm about to go. In September.
Oh. You actually might be 21. Yeah, I believe you. Go ahead, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I kind of just, grew up. My parents supported him, and I think he's just really charismatic. He has a way with the people. They really trust him.
Are you trolling me?
No.
Why do you think that the rapist is charismatic?
I think it's okay. Is there enough
I can't believe it. I can't believe it, bruh. Dude, she looks like a straight adult. She could be on somebody else's account. I think that she's on somebody else's account. That's what I think. I think that she's on somebody else's account. Because I believed her because I looked at her account and I was like, yeah, that's an adult. So I think that maybe she's using her older sister's account or something. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into that queue right now. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be MAGA. If you want to support the live stream, if you want to support me, if you want to get a message across, ask a question. You can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on Tickety Talk. Thank you, Dina, for the galaxy. Thank you, Dina. I appreciate you, Dina. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Quit lurking. 3 seconds. 2 seconds.
Dean.
1 second. Oh, shit. Quit lurking. Come back. You could come back. You could come back. Quit lurking. You could come back. You said Dean before the buzzer. But, just turns out my reaction time isn't that good. Let's go get that next guest connected to the live stream right now, folks. We're looking for some debates. Folks, oh my goodness. I've been playing so much Wizard 101 recently. Let me tell you. Who else in here plays Wiz? Well, who else in here plays Wizard 101, everybody? Is this a niche thing, or is there other people watching the live who've been on that shit? Couple people been on that shit. Base, dude. I've been playing it so much recently, dude. I've been playing it so much. Played it a bunch as a kid.
Hello?
Completely forgot about it. Got back into it because of the fact that it's nostalgic as hell, and now I'm in it. I'm in it again. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I actually live in the UK, so I didn't know if you would accept my request. I didn't actually expect you to accept it at all. And yeah,
Are you a fan of Trump?
Sorry, not particularly, but I just came in. But
Okay, I was gonna say that I do maybe accept one international guest a day. But let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream right now. Jordan, thank you so much for the $10.
You're such a fuck, dude.
Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says 100 levels 176 Death Wizard? Damn, bro. I'm like a level 32 Death Wizard, Jordan. You should help me out, man. You should help me out on some main quests.
Why don't you tell your audience about how you support?
Why don't you stop being so obsessed with me? How about that? Quite frankly, why don't you stop being so obsessed with me? Let's go to get that next guest alone connected into the live stream. Only hop inside of that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump who's president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie.
Monica, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for another mind change. I appreciate you, Monica. Thank you so much. Thank you, Monica. Z with the $15. I appreciate you, Z. Thank you, Monica and Z. JD, thank you for the $5. Claudia, thank you for the $10. She says, thank you for entertaining me on my 6+ hour drive. Oh my God, Claudia, that's a long drive. Well, I'm happy that we could keep you going. I'm happy that you could keep you entertained. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you, Claudia. Ella, thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
Banned, frankly. Very, very simple, very easy ban. All right, let's go to get that next guest connected to the box right now. Thank you so much, Wes, for the $2. I really appreciate you. Ava with a 1 penny. Amelia with a 1 penny. Thank you guys so much for all that love and support. Let's see, what else do we have here? Shannon, thank you for the $3. Appreciate you, Shannon. Helena, thank you for the 1 penny. Helena, thank you for the 2 pennies. Ross with a 1 penny. Ross with a 1 penny. Ross with a 1 penny. And Logan with the $2. Thank you so much. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up inside of the queue.
Dean, you're
hey,
such a wuss,
could you just
bro.
wait?
You're
Could you just
such
wait?
a wuss.
Could you just
No,
wait 1 more minute?
I
I just
can't-
have one more person to thank. Nike, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars.
Respect
sorry,
your elders,
I'm so
bro.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I just need to wait. Nike, thank you for the 10
You
Canadian
not
dollars.
respect your mother?
Who says sorry, but the only MMO I play
Stop
is
being
good
a
old
child.
OSRS. 1 second, just wait. I just need you to wait
I'm
while I
not
thank a
gonna
couple
wait. It's
people
my
for the
turn.
donations. Bro, just wait. Scooby,
turn,
thank you so much
bro.
for the $5
Stop.
donation over at Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for
He's
that
a
one,
re-
Scooby. Let's
He's
get
a re-
let's get 50 Scooby W's down below. I
Frankly-
appreciate you so much. That's very kind of you. He just got a flag for harassment and bullying. Let's go! I was gonna make him wait again just to kick him, but he somehow got a flag for harassment and bullying, so now he can't even go on other lives for like 30 minutes. Damn, so cool, so base, so awesome. I love how just Liam always loses in one way or another. Hey, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
We are John.
Let's go to get the next guest connected, folks. He always loses. He always loses in one way or another. Liam is always a loser. Always. Every single time. Next guest is connecting right now. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, guys. I'm so sorry that it's taken us a while to find that next Trump supporter of the day. Unfortunately, that's just kind of how it is. Sometimes there's a lot of trolls. Like Mike. Mike is an example of one of the trolls. We heard a kid scream, "He let me in." Like they're just one of the trolls. There's one of the trolls. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now, folks. Who will it be? Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How do you?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you
I'm
born
19.
in?
2007.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
It's mainly because I don't agree with the other side. All right, so unlike other people who have come up here, I'm going to explain my background and partially why I agree with some things and why I don't. So I'm Korean American and I'm Christian. All right. So
There's something fucky going on with your mic there.
All right, it might be because I'm on a MacBook. So
You're talking
hear
to
everything
me
I said?
from a MacBook?
yeah. I have
How-
I downloaded an emulator just to talk to you on this live.
You don't have like a Okay. All right. Go ahead, take it away.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I'm Korean American and I'm Christian. So those are two big reasons why I'm like a Trump supporter and a Republican. So number
Okay.
one, you know like the Korean history, right? So you know the Korean War, obviously, that took place during the 50s, 60s.
And like the division on like the 49th, 47th parallel,
Yeah.
I'm like a little bit familiar. As familiar as
Alright,
like
so
standardized like high school curriculum would make one, plus a little bit of additional research on why some people run frontline defense for North Korea, which is strange. I just want the argument. I just want to know why you think that Trump is a good president. Seemingly, this would be all relevant to why you support Trump.
All right. Well, I was gonna explain. Well, part of the Korean War was
The
the
30th
Chinese
parallel.
and the North. Yeah, the
Okay.
Chinese and the North Koreans. They were communists. China was purely communist at the time, but that's why the America fought against them, right? So, I mean, I'm not gonna say there's directly communism, but we have people like Bernie Sanders and Mamdani, who are they're democratic socialists, which is extremely similar to communism. So why would I ever support theology or a philosophy that directly invaded my country, like, and hurt my country's people? I mean, you're laughing, but
No, what I'm
you-
saying is
you
that you
might-
think that democratic socialism, which is in,
I
which
mean,
in
it's
practice is
extremely
just
similar,
social
no?
democracy, is extremely similar to communism. No. Also, communism isn't a monolith. There are not only like a billion different types or takes on communism, but not every communist agrees with the same on like every core tenet. Outside of like on a fundamental level, the inevitable end goal of a society with no contradiction, which typically reduces down to a stateless, classless, moneyless society. But I mean, all these same things aside, like, you're still not giving me any reason here why you think that Trump is a good president. You're just like, oh, like Trump, the rapist who's in the Epstein
All right,
files,
all
who
right.
started
My
New World
reasoning
Choice, that is
behind-
destroying this country, is a good president. Because Zohran Mamdani, one of the best politicians in modern American history, by the way, is a democratic socialist. And if you just kind of like ignore the whole democratic word, then you look at socialists, and then you act like somebody on the right who thinks socialism equal communism, then you could equivocate him to being a communism. Therefore, the entirety of the left is communist. Wow, what a reach.
I mean, oh, okay. Well, you asked me why I support Trump. That was partially because of my reasoning. Because, honestly, I don't like Trump that much. He's not a good person. I don't agree with him at all.
How many people do you think
I
capitalism's
agree with
killed?
him. I agree with him, but I don't agree with his
How many people
actions.
do you think that capitalism's killed?
A lot of people.
A lot of people. Wow.
But
Wow.
commun-
So why would you ever support
What-
such an evil
what-
capitalist
what would you say
president?
we would replace it
Because
with, though? What
capitalism
would you
has
say we
killed
would-
so much people.
What would we replace it with then?
Well, I'm just saying that we should definitely not support him because he's an evil capitalist.
I did not say evil equals killing people.
Well,
Did
I mean, but you
I
did
ever say
equate
that?
like the entirety of the left to be communists because you think that communism is a monolith. And because
No,
governments
that
in the
wasn't-
past
that
have
was-
claimed to be communist,
All right, I'll let
that
you-
therefore you could attribute any action of any government that claims to be communist to any communist. And then you could obfuscate between socialists and communists. And then you could obfuscate between democratic socialists and socialists. And then you could obfuscate between one person who governs under the Democratic Party, Zohran Mamdani, with the entirety of the left to get and yield the conclusion that therefore Trump is a good president.
I mean,
this is the
I
weakest
didn't
argument I've ever
claim-
heard. How about this? Name one good thing that Trump has ever done as president.
He did the Roe v. Wade. He got rid of it.
Bro, I'm sorry. I've done 2 hours of abortion debates. I'm not going to debate you on
All
abortion.
right,
Is there
all right.
anything
I'll
else
skip
good that you think
abortion.
that Trump
I'll
has
skip
done?
abortion. I'll skip abortion. Okay, but can I hear your reason why you think Mamdani is such a good politician? Like, what has he actually done that helps New York City whatsoever?
Yeah, sure. I could give you my reasons for why I think that Mamdani is one of the best politicians in modern American history as soon as you could name one good thing that Trump has done outside of abortion, since that's the thing that we've spent the last 2 hours debating. Because the topic and the prompt of the live stream is, how do you still support Trump? Not, why do you think Mamdani is not a good politician? But I mean,
Alright,
balancing
well,
the budget in like
aside
6
from-
months is kind of an accomplishment.
alright.
But what's the argument?
Aside from the abortion things that you don't want to talk about right now, which is completely understandable, I would say deportation. I support ICE. Like,
Okay. What's one way that Donald Trump's mass deportation has made America better in the last year and a half?
I mean, dude, have you not seen what these people are doing to our country?
What are they doing?
Like,
Tell me.
I'm an immigrant. They're committing murders. They're killing people.
Okay.
And people just want what? Is
I'll let you
that
fin-
not true? Is that not true?
Well, what isn't true is that they're more likely to do so than citizens. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes like murder on American soil compared to the average U.S.-born citizen. Also, Donald Trump has been letting more of the actual murdering, violent, undocumented immigrants roam free in the streets of our country by reallocating the scope and the focus of ICE to all undocumented immigrants, including some legal immigrants, compared to the disproportionate focus on only those with prior violent offenses. Under Obama, 20% of the undocumented immigrants deported were those with violent offenses. Under Trump today, it's less than 5. But if you really wanted violent criminals to get kicked out of the country, then you wouldn't make a rapist the leader of the country. That's definitely a violent crime.
I mean, why do you keep calling him a rapist, though? Has he been convicted of raping anyone?
If by convicted, you just mean found guilty? Yes. A civil court of a unanimous jury of 9 held him civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll by penetrating her vagina with his fingers, unconsensually and forcefully. Yes.
Oh, I actually did not know that.
Now you do.
Yeah. Um. I mean, bro, like I can't talk to you about abortion at all. Like I know you're tired of it, but that's kind of a big point I wanted to make.
Listen, man. I love abortion debate. It's one of my favorite things to debate. And it's also the thing that I think I have my strongest position on. I think that my pro-choice argument is among my strongest arguments out of anything. But
I agree.
I
That's
think
why I
it's
want to
kind
debate you
of
about it.
bad how all of a sudden the only thing that any Trump supporter cares about is abortion. It used to be about the economy. It used to be about no foreign wars. It used to be about owning our allies and making them stronger and rebuilding manufacturing in America. It used to be about uprooting the evil democratic deep state and setting things straight. It used to be about law and order. It used to be about saving the democracy. But now that Donald Trump, it used to be about the price of eggs, but now the price of gas. But now that Donald Trump has failed on every core tenet of his campaign and is not serving to the better interest of Americans with even a singular respect, now all of a sudden, the only thing that anybody who thinks they want to make an argument for insofar as why they support Trump, the only thing they have to hang on to is abortion. And then it's just like abortion again and again and again and again, the same argument repeated a billion times over. How about this? I'll give you this counter argument. If Kamala Harris would have saved more innocent human lives than Trump, even in consideration to the fetuses' lives who were lost by abortion, would you argue that you should have supported Kamala Harris in the last election over Trump?
Yeah, I would say I would.
Okay. What has the impact of Roe v. Wade, of Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade been on the number of abortions annually in America?
I'm guessing they've gone down, no?
No.
I mean,
they went up from 900,000 a year to 1.2 million a year. So the impact of Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade was an additional 300,000 abortions annually. And the outcome of Donald Trump defunding USAID is an additional 3.4 million lives lost every single year, according to Lancet. So in fact, if Kamala Harris was president, re-implemented abortion protections, and didn't defund USAID, there would have been an additional 3.8 million lives saved annually that are today now being lost because of Trump.
Okay. I mean, I've heard you say like, oh, if she was elected, if she was a president, right? She would have saved so many lives, right? Why didn't she do that while she was vice president? She still has power, no?
She did. Over the course of the last 21 years, there's been 94 million lives saved because of USAID funding, in which the Biden-Harris administration continued and bolstered.
Okay.
So she did. Because of the Biden-Harris admin's funding to USAID, 3.4 times 4, 14 million. They saved 14 million lives.
14 million lives?
Yeah, on the global stage with the USAID funding, yeah.
How many lives would you say Trump has saved?
None. He's killing people in Iran.
You don't think he saved any lives? You don't think he saved them?
He's killing people in Iran that would have been killed otherwise. He's killing Americans by taking their health care away that wouldn't have been killed otherwise. He's killing Americans by taking their food stamps away that wouldn't have killed otherwise. And he's killing fetuses that wouldn't have been killed otherwise because overturning Roe v. Wade led to an increase in abortion. And he's killing like people all over the globe by defunding USAID that wouldn't have been killed otherwise. He's just straight up killing people.
There's two things I want to mention, like that he has saved lives that support my argument here. Well, we got to talk about drug control and we have to talk about COVID. How many? I mean, he shut down COVID pretty quickly. No, would you say he did?
Oh, with the approval of the vaccine?
No.
With warp speed?
Travel restrictions. Yeah, warp speed.
Oh, you mean the bill that like the entirety of the GOP, including Trump, hates? You know, you actually would be able to use that as a pretty strong point if the GOP followed up Donald Trump passing Operation Warp Speed with good messaging surrounding the efficacy of the vaccine and the promotion of the vaccine. But because the GOP followed up the passing of Operation Warp Speed with saying that the vaccine was weak and ineffective and you could better fight the pandemic by injecting yourself with bleach, they completely killed any and all ownership over the life saved by the vaccine. Not to mention that if Hillary Clinton had won the 2016 election, she would have done the same thing, but to a much better extent, because not only would she have passed a bill similar to Operation Warp Speed, but then she wouldn't have turned around and disincentivized Americans from getting it. So if anything, we could say that in retrospect, Donald Trump probably killed more lives than those in which would have been killed otherwise if Hillary Clinton had won, because they both would have done the shutdowns. They both would have done the travel restrictions. They both would have done the Operation Warp Speed, but Hillary Clinton wouldn't have done the stigmatization of the vaccine that promoted people not to get it, that then led to more people dying. So this is actually another example of Donald Trump costing us lives of people.
Well, you mentioned the 2016 election, correct?
Yeah.
Weren't you, I read somewhere that you were a Trump supporter at the time, right? Correct?
Yeah, Trump supporter in the sense of parents Trump supporter, therefore I Trump supporter. Not Trump supporter in the sense of Trump good president with good policy that I could critically evaluate with brain.
So you would say you weren't that aware of certain situations that were going on at the time, correct?
No.
You just followed. You just followed what the people. So what's your relationship with your parents? Like, this is a genuine question. Like,
really
do you
off topic.
still-
My relationship with my parents is great. Okay, but can
It's
you
great,
please
okay.
respond to what I said about how, well, it is true that if Harris was elected, more lives would have been saved.
Well, I mean, another part of my argument. Well, I thought I was debating you over whether Trump saved lives. You said he saved none. I'm saying he did. He saved some.
I'm saying in retrospect, if he had lost that election, Hillary Clinton would have saved more. So there was more unnecessary lives lost because of Trump compared to Hillary Clinton.
But then you're admitting he did save lives.
Yeah, with Operation Warp Speed, of course that saved lives. That's why that's like my only and one favorite Trump
So
policy.
he did save
But I'm
lives,
still
then.
yet saying
Did
that
he-
in his
did he or
first
did he not?
administration and in his second administration, if the Democrat was elected, more lives would have been saved.
You didn't say that though. You said Trump didn't save any lives. You said he
Holy-
saved 0 lives.
Literally, the argument
Did you not?
is-
Did you?
The argument is,
Okay,
at its crux, the argument is that I asked you a very simple question. Do you agree that in retrospect, you would have voted for Kamala Harris if she saved more innocent lives than Donald Trump? And you said yes. I've now given
If
you
she
a
saved,
lot
but
of
we don't have any
evidence.
proof to back that up.
Yeah, the proof is a
We don't
study,
have any
but the proof is a
How do
study
we- how do
conducted
we
by
know
the
she
Lancet.
didn't wake-
One
How do
moment.
we know she doesn't wake up?
The
All
proof
right,
is a study conducted by the Lancet that demonstrates that because of Trump's defunding to USAID, there are going to be 14 million lives lost over the course of the next 4 years.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do they have a time machine? The Lancet? Do they have a time machine? Do
No.
we know?
You don't need a time
Exactly, so-
machine to conduct studies, you idiot.
I mean, there was no need to call me a name there. Come on. I'm trying to be civil. I'm not trying to like call you out for anything.
Okay,
I'm trying
I
to, like,
apologize for
listen,
calling you an
learn.
idiot. That was just a really dumb question. I'm sorry.
I'm trying. All right. That's fair. I mean, you can be not an idiot and ask idiotic questions from someone's eyes. But all right, so
I guess I do that too sometimes. But the evidence that there are going to be 14 million lives lost over the course of the next 4 years because of Trump's cuts to USAID is pretty strong. And the evidence is that we've been tracking how many lives it's saved since its conception 21 years ago. And since its conception in the last 21 years, it's saved 94 million lives. So the calculation that because he got rid of it, 14 million people will die in the next 4 years, is just a very simple, well, what's the average amount of lives saved annually because of USAID over the course of the last 21 years? And then what's that multiplied by 4 to spell out how many lives are going to be lost by 2030? It's very simple.
it's simple, yes. But that's just stating how many lives Trump would have or is losing, correct?
Right.
Like you said,
right.
They calculated that. So how do we know Kamala wouldn't have done more?
Well, we know that
How do
she
we
would
know
have done
Kamala-
more because she supported funding to USAID, and none of her policy would have led to equal or more than 3.4 million people dying annually. like that's like that
Okay,
would
but
that'd actually be your argument to make. Like her
How do we
policy
know-
would save
how do we-
lives, you know, like tax cuts for the
How do
working
we know she
class.
doesn't make? Okay, I mean, all right. That's you're stating how Trump is losing lives currently. All right, so
Yeah.
that's something that's happening, right? Correct.
Yeah.
That's what the study is.
Mhm.
No, that's not what the study is.
That
it's
is what the study
projecting
is.
how many lives will be lost under Trump. Correct.
Yes, it's pretty. Yes, that's how many people are dying right now. Yes.
Well, okay. To be fair, your point is correct. Kamala, from the research, would have supported that, right? I mean, from what you said, I've gathered that she would have kept that going on, right?
Yeah. No shit.
All right. Well, how do we know she doesn't do something else?
Because
Like,
presidential
you're
candidates
you're
run on
using one
policy.
thing as you're using one
And
policy as an
none
argument.
of her
though.
policy would have
I
killed
mean,
people.
how do we know she wouldn't have like declared war on someone?
Well, A, the only president who has declared war is Trump. B, she didn't do that when she was under Biden. C, she's disagreed with Trump's war on Iran today. And D, we have no evidence that she would have declared war on anybody. Because why would she?
I mean, Trump hasn't even declared war yet. So.
You have to like give evidence of these things, though. You can't just say, well, because hypothetically, Kamala Harris could have been elected and just spontaneously become Hitler, that therefore I'm still going to support Trump today, even though he's running everything into the ground and all the evidence that we have would indicate that the alternative option would have been better. Like, you can't just say that, bro. That's just cope. Let's like actually cope. Like, listen, bro. Imagine if you were like debating a Biden supporter in 2021 and you were like, hey, listen, inflation's at like an all-time high. And like they didn't know that COVID caused that. They thought that maybe Biden did cause that. So then in response, they said, okay, well, I understand that Biden caused 9% levels of inflation, but I don't know. I think if Trump was elected, he would have like became Hitler, started World War III, and killed everyone. Okay, well, like that'd be a really unfair argument for like a low tier Biden supporter to make in 2021, because there was no evidence that if Trump was elected in 2020, that he would have become Hitler, started World War III, and killed everybody on the face of planet Earth. You have to argue with reason and evidence. So do you have any reason or evidence to believe that if Kamala Harris was president today, she would be causing more than 3.5 million people to die annually?
Wait, sorry, repeat that last part.
Do you have any evidence to believe that if Kamala Harris was elected as president, she'd be killing more than 3.5 million people annually because of her policy?
I don't have any evidence because she didn't get elected. Isn't that...
Okay, so you don't have any evidence. Perfect. So we do have certain evidence that points towards the conclusion that Donald Trump is currently killing 3.5 million people annually. We have no evidence.
We don't have any that she wouldn't have.
Okay, see, but the thing is, we do. The evidence that she wouldn't have would be an inductive argument, reasoning from the policy provided when she was running for the presidency, plus the track record from her and Biden, in which she said she wouldn't have changed anything about as it related to their policy. And Biden and Harris's policy did not lead to more than 3.5 million deaths annually. But even if we had no evidence that she wouldn't have caused more than 3.5 million deaths annually, that's not the positive claim. The positive claim is that she would have caused more than 3.5 million deaths annually. And if you can't grant evidence for that positive claim, you can't burden shift to me. And this is just such a stupid argument. I earlier I called you an idiot. I'm actually going to double down on that now. You don't actually care about anything. You don't actually care about these lives that are being lost. You don't actually care about Donald Trump's cuts to USAID. You don't actually care about Donald Trump's impact on the global stage. You don't actually care about Donald Trump's war in Iran. You don't actually care about Donald Trump's impact on America. No. You just try to care about trying to get, a little gotcha over on me and trying to make a point in a debate, which is obviously failing, because I feel like anybody who cares with a brain, anybody who cares with a brain, no, listen to me. I'm not listening to you. You're listening to me. Anybody who cares with a brain, okay, would be smart enough to understand that if we know Donald Trump is killing 3.5 million people annually, and we could see it with our own two fucking eyes, that maybe the woman who ran on doing the thing that would have prevented those 3.5 million people from dying annually wouldn't also be responsible for killing 3.5 million people annually. It is so fucking incredibly stupid to suggest otherwise, to the extent that it's actually kind of pissing me off. It is so stupid to say that because, quote unquote, we have no evidence that she wouldn't have become Hitler and killed millions of people every year because she never was elected, even though all of her policy said that's not something that she would have done. Therefore, we have to be okay and still support Trump, even though he's killing 3.5 million people annually now. No, she was fighting to save lives. She was fighting for expansions to healthcare. She was fighting for expansions to food benefits through SNAP. She was fighting for expansions to the ACA. She was fighting for no new wars. She was fighting for expansions for USAID. She was fighting to save life, not in life. What's the evidence that if she was elected, she would have killed over 3.5 million people annually? Or where's the concession that in retrospect you recognize that you should have voted for Kamala Harris because of how many people Trump is killing today?
Honestly, You low-key changed my mind, bro. I mean, bro, like, I honestly have no argument here because I'm not gonna lie. I think I should just research this more. Maybe one day I can come back up here, actually give you a good argument. But right now I'm just spewing shit. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Amen.
I don't know what I'm talking.
Amen. Listen, bro, I appreciate you for being honest, and I appreciate you for coming up, and I'm happy that I could change
I
your
tried.
mind.
I wanted to like try, debate, learn. I think I just need to actually refute my claims or like refute your claims more clearly, have some actual evidence to back it up, do some research because clearly I work for you. I mean, you're here debating people and you said you used to just be a Trump supporter because you wanted to. So, honestly, you kind of inspired me.
Hey man, listen, I love
Inspired
that.
me too.
I love that you're telling me that you're going to go look for evidence to prove me wrong. I love that so much because that's the same thing that made me who I am today. Like my pivotal moment of becoming a progressive member of society was a TikTok debate about abortion. Some lady was running an abortion debate, arguing from the pro-choice perspective. At the time, I was pro-life. I joined that live stream. I say, abortion bad because killing baby or some shit like that. And she gave me a really good pro-choice argument in response. And then I just kind of started spewing bullshit. I'm not going to lie. And then I left that live a little bit butthurt. And my response was to say and do the exact same thing you just said you were going to say and do. I wasn't convinced that I should be pro-choice, but I was convinced that I actually need to lock in and go do some research to further justify my pro-life perspective. But then when I did that research, I realized that the evidence and the facts to back it didn't exist. And that's why I became pro-choice. That's why I became progressive. That's why I went to the left. So I absolutely love your response that you're going to go look for evidence to prove me wrong, because I know that based upon your character, when you don't find that evidence, you're probably going to change your mind. Thanks for coming up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay?
You too.
Take care. All right. Let's go ahead and get that next guest connected into the live stream. That was a good one. All right, here we go. All right, let's go to get that next guest connected. And, you know, I saw somebody like in the comment section saying like LARP in response to me saying that. Listen, it's a double-edged sword, you guys. Like, I will forever be that guy who was on the right when I was a kid. I will forever be that guy who was pro-life when I was a kid. I'll forever be that guy who was a Trump supporter at 15. I will forever be that guy that grew up a Republican. Nothing's ever going to change that. And if you think that those facts make me a performative grifter, you are free to hold that opinion. But if it wasn't for me at one point in time believing in those things and realizing that they were false through the exploration of critical thought that I attempt to drive in the minds of every single person who tunes into this live stream and joins this live stream to have a debate, then I would not be doing what I am doing today. I would not be where I'm at today. The minds in which we've changed would still be on the right today. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. And not everybody, like, listen, not everybody is lucky enough to grow up in social conditions that pressure them to be on the left. Not everybody is lucky enough to have that. When you grow up in social conditions where everybody you know is on the right, all the information that you hear is from the right, like the little quote unquote mini version of the world in which you live in your local community growing up as a kid is on the right, you will be on the right. And that's why it's so important to change those social conditions and be accepting of people who like genuinely change their minds, especially those that change their minds as kids. Let's go and get that next guest connected into the live stream right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
May 21, 2008.
Okay. Quit lurking. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
No, I do not. I just had a question for you regarding.
I appreciate you for coming up, but we're just looking for some Trump debates. All right, Jack, give me a moment here. I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'll pass the mic to you. Seconds, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Let's get 200 seconds, W's. Thank you so much for that love and support. You're awesome. Seconds with the $20 says, what if Kamala Harris was elected and she was really a lizard Illuminati and made all humans real life Pokemon and had us fight? The cope is real with crazy MAGA. I'm so happy that at the end there he recognized verbally that he was spewing shit. Because that low-key just pissed me off. It low-key pissed me off. I'm not going to lie. Ben, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you, Ben. That's a decent point. Amy, thank you for the $10, who says MAGA can't fathom Harris sticking to her word because they only know politicians doing the opposite of what they say because that's all they know from Trump. Yup. Jessica, thank you for the $5, who says appreciate you always keeping it real and checking yourself, even if it can be hard to keep your cool. Keep it up, man. Well, I appreciate you for the $5, Jessica. Yeah, I can be a little bit of a dick sometimes, and I recognize that. You know, and I'm trying to work on that. Courtney, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. And Alexandria, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Courtney and Alexandria. You two are awesome. Thank you so very much for that love and support. Courtney with a $50 says, keep it up, kid. Love your lives. Well, I love you. Thank you so much for the $50. That is very, very kind of you. And I really hope that you enjoy the rest of the stream today. Thank you so much, Courtney. 500 Courtney W's. Then Alexandria with a $20 says, thank you so much for being so politically correct and humble. I don't know. I'm decently politically correct in many senses. Humble, I try. I mean, I think that I know that I'm smarter than the people that I debate, and that could definitely lead to a lack of humility sometimes, but at least I'm like conscious of that fact. Hannah, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says, I hope that your girlfriend feels better soon. Soup on me. Well, I appreciate you so much, Hannah. You're the GOAT. Thank you. And then Bobby K, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Damn, Bobby K. Holy shit. Thank you so much for that love and support. You have been watching for so long now. Honestly, I would not be surprised if you've been watching for over a year. You legitimately have been here forever, and I am so very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much, Bobby K. That is Bobee. Bobby with $100 says, thank you so much for your hard work. I appreciate you. Well, you already know this. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your love, your kindness, and your generosity. I'm forever grateful so much for it. It is genuinely out of this world. And it is just simply a dollar amount that I will never deserve. Because holy fuck, that's a shit ton of money. The last guy left. Let's get that next guest connected. I saw somebody in the comment section. Haley, you should join up. Where are you at? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Childs. Ghost, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh, Jack. Sorry, not Jack. Ghost. Jeez, man. Okay. All right, sounds good. Yeah. Let's have a little bit of a debate. Let me catch up on PayPal and the floor yours. Lena, thank you for the 3 pennies. Chaim, thank you for the $3. I appreciate you. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Charmaine, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Then Marie, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you, Marie. And then Jacob, thank you for the $20. Who says, Wizard 101 is so nostalgic for me also. I've been playing for a while. Have a Max Storm and Death. Based. Holy shit, Jacob. I'm trying to get like you, dude. Holy. Thank you for the $20. And then Amanda, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Who says, this is for Momo and Momo only. I've heard that she hasn't been getting her cut of the money from these lives, and you're lucky she hasn't taken you to court. Dude, Momo's rich as fuck, honestly. Jeez. Yeah, Momo's big ballin'. Now she has another $50 to her name. I'll have to let the girlfriend know. Thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Amanda W's. Thank you. And then same thing to you, Aletta. Thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. This is the last one for now. Then we're going to go to pass the mic to this guest. We're going to call you A. A with the $50 says sending support from the UK. Sympathy for having to put up with the likes of the guest who is full of hate to see how genuine you are. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $5, A. You've also been watching for a while, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much, you guys. Show some love to all of the donors down below. If you want to support me, if you want to get a message across or ask a question, support the live, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and my TikTok account. Pin message on that YouTube stream, and the ad's right there. Dean Withers without the letter E in the last name Withers. Go ahead and take it away, Ghost. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, cool. So I just want to say, first off, I don't really consider myself on the left or the right. And hopefully this is somewhat of a educational process for me because I don't really debate or anything like that. But I guess if I had to he is the president. If I had to give him any credit, I would say that the whole situation in Venezuela, I thought that was pretty good, to be honest. Now, you might have some points on that, but seeing someone being captured that was a dictator, Maduro, and then seeing the people like celebrate out in the streets, they were very happy about this whole situation. I just thought it was good, right? It was bettering the lives of the people. And again, maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe you can inform me on this, but that seemed like a good pro to his situation, not really a con so much.
We went in there for oil, bro. That's like literally all. I mean, especially as it's panned out in retrospect, literally just oil. We didn't liberate the people. They still have a dictator. Like Maduro's vice president, who is also part of the illegitimate regime. Oh yeah, now they're the president. The Venezuelan people are still answering to a dictator. Now, why would Trump get rid of Maduro? It's not because he was a dictator, because he left him with another dictator. Maybe it's because he had to instill fear into the dictator leadership by taking Maduro, so then he could get away with sending American oil companies into Venezuela to steal their reserves and steal their oil just to sell it for profit to make more money.
Okay, I guess I can see that. But didn't you see the videos of all the people? Like, there was families, right, saying that Maduro was also like kind of like a murderer in a sense. Like these families, they were so happy though. They were so happy that he was gone.
All the videos of the happy families. Yeah, bro, we've been seeing those videos since like the early 2000s. What do you think happened when we took out Saddam Hussein? What do you think happened when we took out the Ayatollah in Iran? What do you think happened when we took out
Don't you think that's a good thing?
Yeah, no. I don't.
You don't?
No,
That's
because
kinda crazy.
what were they celebrating? Maduro being gone. Okay, but what are they stuck with? Somebody just like Maduro, another dictator. Okay.
But isn't their economy doing better? Isn't oil production up? Isn't it? You know what I mean?
Well, listen, like I said, the reason why I don't think that those people celebrating really means much is because they weren't celebrating liberation. They were celebrating moving from one dictator to another dictator. Okay? And I'm not calling them dumb. I'd be with them celebrating if I grew up in Venezuela and lived under Maduro for all my life. All right? But then I'd probably stop celebrating like the second I realize after things pan out for a little bit that, okay, fuck. Now I'm just stuck with another dictator. And you said that their oil production's gone up. Yeah, because a part of the deal was for Trump to send American oil companies into the country to steal their oil. So production in the country is going up, but then all that money is just being given back to America to sell on the global stage to create a little bit of a war chest for Trump.
So I didn't know we were actually stealing this. Is there like you got a source for this?
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump. We're going to send all the oil companies in protected by the military to drill the oil. And then we're going to take the money. We're going to put it in a big old bank account for us. Like, this was like officially announced by Trump.
Really? Okay. Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, just look up Trump sending American oil companies into Venezuela.
Yeah, let me research that a little bit more. But also another thing that I think is kind of nice that he's doing is the crime rates are down, or at least violent crime and murders.
Yeah, they've been moving down every single year since the peak of the pandemic. In 2024 under Biden, murder rates went down by 15%. It's just a continued trend, a good trend.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty good, right? Like, I mean, I have it right here again. I don't know how outdated this information is, but it says under Biden, the violent crime trend was down 4.5%, but under Trump, it's down 9.3%. And then murder was around 15% for Biden. Now it's down 18% for Trump. So it is going down. I know Joe Rogan also talked about
we just see a continual downward trend year by year. That's what I'm saying. Every single year we see a continued downward trend. And because this was a trend that was set forth before Trump was president, I don't think we could say it's because Trump is president.
Okay, so you think like the immigration policies and ICE? Well, honestly, I don't even support ICE.
I mean, we'd expect his immigration policies on paper to have an upward pressure on crime rates. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil. If you kick them all out of the country, well, then on paper, you're going to have a higher crime rate because this part of the population that was reducing the crime rate is now gone.
Okay, so you're saying every year then this has gone down. This has been a trend. This isn't this Trump.
And we probably would have seen a larger downward decrease in like violent crime rates, for instance, if Trump didn't do mass deportation.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to talk about was the inflation under Biden, because I remember that was such a hard time for a lot of us. And I know with me, when at the time I think it was like 24, 25, I bought a house, and inflation was like 9%, and it was just so tough. It was so tough to really support what was going on, because it sucked, man. It sucked for a lot of us, and groceries were up, everything was up. I know things are up kind of right now under Trump.
Yeah, listen, man, I feel like my generation is especially fucked. 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds that want to, kickstart their life, go get a house. Oh, fuck no. The prospect of somebody getting a house in their 20s, oh, that is a wild pipe dream. That is gone. Okay? I mean, listen, people my age are like barely making rent anymore, dude, because of the increases in the price of houses. Like, I have so many friends that have to like meticulously like plant ads on like Facebook and all of these different like social media websites to try to like find people locally to be their roommates, because they don't really have too many friends who are actively looking for housing, just so they can like afford a place to rent. And it's like the place that I live isn't particularly like expensive in comparison to like other places in America. It's a very bad economy for housing, and a lot of that does have to do with the inflation under Biden. But that wasn't because of Biden. It was because of the pandemic. We saw that inflation everywhere. Every single country in the face of planet Earth, prices went up and up and up and up and up because the supply chains were disrupted. People stopped going to work. Businesses shut down. A whole bunch of bankruptcies. Whole bunch of layoffs, which meant very little supply. Very little supply with a lot of demand. What happens to prices? They go up. Plus, the injection of stimulus into the economy to then prevent a recession gave a bunch of people a lot of money where there wasn't a lot of supply because businesses were shut down. Add those two things together, then you have literally the highest level of inflation in America and American history, the highest level of inflation in Canada and Canadian history, the highest level of inflation in Mexico and Mexican history, across the face of planet Earth. But because of Biden's policy creating jobs through legislation like the infrastructure bill, he was able to help rebuild those American companies, bolster our manufacturing, and get the unemployment rate back down to the lowest it's been in 40 years and 50 years 2 times, and which then led to the sharpest decline in our in our unemployment in our inflation rate in comparison to any other country in the G7.
Okay. Well, real quick, what about the housing market? Isn't it going down under Trump? Like, isn't it more affordable now to buy a house than it was under Biden?
I don't think so. But if it is going down, well, then Trump's really upset. He said that he actually wants the prices of houses to go up.
Really? Oh.
Yeah. He says that he wants more equity for homeowners. That's literally, bro, that's like, it's insane. It's actually insane.
That is insane, because again, we're all just trying to survive out here. We're trying to make a living, and it's bad.
And so, if I change your mind,
a little bit, yes. And I will say this is good. This is informative information, and I like this. I like learning. But another thing that I will mention, and I don't see too many people mentioning this, is the fact that wasn't it Trump that got TikTok unbanned?
Yeah.
So really, a lot of the TikTok live streamers wouldn't really even have a job, right?
No, you're right. Yeah. But I would prefer rape victims have access to abortion compared to me having access to TikTok.
No, I agree that I'm pro-choice. So, I agree. But I do feel like
it's a trade-on, trade-off thing. Yeah, Trump did give me access to TikTok. He did. I admit it. I think that a lot of people on the left try to say, well, okay, no. All right, let's admit it. The Biden-Harris administration kind of fucking abandoned us. Okay, they kind of did. TikTok bad. Get it out of here. Then Trump was like, well, actually, no. Okay, I'm going to break the law. I'm going to ignore the fact that the legislation says that we have to reach a deal in like 90 days. I'm just going to break the law, and we're just going to allow it to stay legal for like a year and a half before it sells, and I'm going to sell it to one of my buddies, okay, because he's self-interested. But it's like, listen, from my perspective, I am grateful for the fact I have access to TikTok, as I bet many others are. But holy shit, I wish Kamala Harris was elected and victims of rape had access to abortion over me having access to TikTok. I wish that Kamala Harris was elected. I wish that the 66 million American women and girls that don't have access to elective abortion had access to abortion compared to me having access to TikTok. I wish the 10 million low-income Americans that lost access to healthcare had access to healthcare over me having access to TikTok. Okay? I wish that those 162 little girls that he killed in that Iranian elementary school had access to life, a future, a family, compared to me having access to TikTok. I wish that those 3.4 million people that are now dying every single year because of Trump's cuts to the USAID also had access to life compared to me having access to TikTok. And that's a very easy decision for me to make.
Yeah, I definitely see that. Yeah, and I didn't really support the defunding of USAID because I did the research on that, and it was something crazy. The number wasn't it like 90 million people got affected by that, and
Saved in the last 21 years.
Yeah. So yeah, I can understand that, but then again, with the whole Iran situation, obviously I agree. Like the whole school bombing was absolutely horrible, but weren't the Iranians, or I guess some of the political figures, weren't they like murdering people and like doing public executions? Wasn't it like 30 to 40,000 people died?
Yeah. Yeah, and now Trump's giving them $300 billion. Oh my God.
I just seen that.
We're giving brutalistic dictators $300 billion so we could convince those brutalistic dictators to agree to terms that they were already convinced of 10 years ago because of Obama that Trump nuked by tearing up the agreement? Come on.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Insanity.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. Yeah, and I just seen that video today. This reporter, she's really good. I forgot her name on TikTok, but yeah, she basically said that Obama's deal, Trump's deal is very similar, but I think Trump is giving them more money, which doesn't make any sense, So that's a problem with this. Like at surface level, it might seem like, okay, it's a good thing if we're like the world police and trying to, make things better. But
you just have to consider, why do we have to do it again? Why are we in the same position that we were when we were under Obama like 15 years ago? Why? Do you know what the answer to that question is?
Well, I know Trump really supports Netanyahu, and he's he's always says he's the first president to ever do anything, and I think that's kind of the problem here, where he's kind of at the bending the knee to Israel.
I think it's Israel and himself. Okay, the reason why we're in the same position today with Iran that we were like 15 years ago, trying to negotiate a denuclearization agreement, is because after Obama did negotiate a denuclearization agreement, Chad, okay, then Trump tore it up. And I could only assume because of pressure from Israel, expecting that to then serve as a catalyst for a future war.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem, man. We just got to get out of there. But that's the thing. I feel like Israel.
You don't sound like a Trump supporter.
Well, I did say at the beginning I'm kind of in the middle, and
but you don't even sound like you're in the middle. You don't sound like you have any reasons to support Trump.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is the thing, right? This is a second term. He's only, what is he, a year and a half in? So I'm trying to stay optimistic. I'm a glass half full kind of guy, and I just feel like he said, and it could be false, but once this whole Iran thing is finished, gas is going to come back tumbling down, because gas wasn't at the highest under Biden. Like, it was absolutely insane. Like I said,
not because of Biden, because Russia invaded Ukraine. Not because of Biden. Not because of Biden, because Russia invaded Ukraine, cutting us off from 20% of the global supply, because refineries and oil producers shut down across the world, significantly reducing global supply, because of Trump's OPEC 2020 deal, which reduced the global supply by around 10%, and then the continued supply chain disruptions onset by the pandemic. Those were the things that caused higher gas prices under Biden. Biden, in my mind, has been the best president in modern American history for oil and energy policies. He produced more oil than any other president in history, including Trump under his first term, while also making the largest multi-million-dollar investments into renewable energy resources for furthered R&D to reduce the cost of those services in the future in history. Okay? Right? There's absolutely no no level of culpability or blame that we could ever place on Biden for the high gas prices under him.
Really? Okay. Well, maybe we have different views on that. I mean, I don't know, man. It also seeing Biden just talk, right? Just trying to, I don't know, just formulate a sentence. It seemed so like forced almost. Like he didn't even want to be there, basically. Like I know everyone wanted to really support Biden that was on the left. And then once that debate came out with Biden and Trump, Biden was he was just lost. He was lost on the stage. And I think that opened the eyes to a lot of people on the left, because I think they had this great idea about Biden. And, he had some good policies, obviously, but I just feel like he wasn't really fit to run, at least towards the end of his
No, he
term.
wasn't. No, he wasn't. Listen, the takeaway from that should be that we should stop making old people president, not that we should start making rapists president.
I mean, I agree. I agree with that. Obviously, that's disgusting.
Yeah. Like the same thing that would apply to Biden there would apply to Trump. Okay? We shouldn't say because Biden was old, just like Trump is, that therefore Trump should be president. No, we should say that Biden really should have honored his original commitment of being a one-term transitionary president, and he fucked up by attempting to run again. And Trump should be far and away from the Oval Office because he's around the same age, and he's a rapist, plus everything else that we talked about today. Was there any other points that you specifically wanted to go over? It doesn't really seem like you're too much of a Trump supporter.
Well, again, I mean, I appreciate the information because that's why I feel like a lot of us are here is to learn. Well, that's why I'm here. But the whole rapist thing, though, I just wanted to touch on real quick. Do you believe then our court system is always like fully just and they always have the best, I guess, interest?
Do I think the court system's always right? No, I don't think that the court system's always right. I just think that they get right most of the time.
Well, right. Well, and that's another point I wanted to bring up, right? So I don't know if you know who Ronnie Long is, but, he was sentenced to 44 years in prison, under a rape conviction that turned out not to be true. And, he was wrongfully convicted, right? So, you know what I mean? Like the court system is not always right. That's kind of what I'm saying here. So what if, I'm just saying, what if the whole Eugene Carroll thing is, it's either fabricated or I don't know if there was money involved. Like who knows?
That'd be a question to ask if we were operating under a veil of ignorance and only had access to the conclusion formed by the jury. But guess what? Court records are public. We could read through the filings and we could identify the evidence that was presented to the court to demonstrate that he did rape her. And I believe that evidence is very telling, and that evidence absolutely demonstrates that he raped Eugene Carroll.
But they did the same thing to Ronnie Long, a black man that served 44 years in prison because of this.
If he was exonerated, then that means he wasn't guilty, which means that there wasn't sufficient evidence to demonstrate his guilt. So if we were to compare the evidence that proved Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll compared to the evidence that quote unquote proved that Ronnie Long raped a woman, I bet there would be no evidence that Ronnie Long raped a woman. And there would, of course, be a lot of evidence that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. Also, you said he was a black man. Okay, yeah. I think that black individuals are the main victim of a weaponized judicial system. That makes sense. 84% of exonerations in the American criminal justice system are of black people, who account for 14.5% of our population. Not rich white men. Typically, billionaire white men kind of get away with their crimes. So when you see billionaire white men being found guilty of a crime, there's not as much of a question of their guilt or of possible speculation of racial bias.
Well, I seen the other day, didn't they have this whole situation go back to court? Isn't it like going to be restarted here with?
No. The DOJ wants to pursue an investigation into Eugene Carroll, not about anything related to the fact that he raped her, but more so related to the potential lack of a disclosure of where her funding was coming from for the case. But even that case is dead, because you could read through the original court documents from 4 years ago. I think it's like page 32, where she discloses that some of her funding is coming from Reid Hoffman. But that had nothing to do with the validity of the claim that she was raped.
Reid Hoffman, now who is that?
A billionaire that owns LinkedIn. He saw that Eugene Carroll had publicly accused Donald Trump of rape. He saw that Donald Trump then turned around and defamed her. And then he saw that Eugene Carroll started to sue Donald Trump and she was like actively looking for funding. So then he stepped in and he was like, hey, I'll give you some funding. I'll help you out.
Okay. I also did see an article. I don't know if it was true or not. But it did say something that like Eugene Carroll said, I think it was on Anderson Cooper, that like she didn't feel like a victim, and that she also said that some people think that rape is like sexy, which is very weird to me. Like, I don't know why anyone would say that.
Because she was just talking about how it's not sexy and it really hurt. When you're a victim of rape, You're going to build your own reality around your own experiences. You're going to be
But
hyper
why say you're
vigilant
not
of
a
people
victim?
that diminish. Okay, we'll start with that. She said that she was in a victim in comparison. She didn't feel like a victim in comparison to women that live sexual violence every day of their lives. Okay? And there are many very complex trauma responses that run through the brains of victims, of survivors of SA. And they are very complex and very, very traumatic. And one of those complex trauma responses that she felt transparent enough to share on air is that it's hard for her to describe herself as a victim when this was a one-time 5-minute occurrence, and that the quote-unquote real victims are women who live rape and sexual violence every single day. Now, of course, from my perspective, I think that both E. Jean Carroll and the women who are raped every day are both victims. But from her perspective, she almost feels this sense of survivor's guilt. As many victims of violent crimes that live, victims of deadly natural disasters that live, plane crashes that live, car crashes that live do.
Sorry,
And
I'm just
also,
reading some of these
many
comments.
victims don't
Why-
want to be seen as victims because that empowers their abuser. But
Okay,
I
I just
mean,
got a quick
it's all just
question.
very complex trauma responses. I'm kind of done with the interview, man. I kind of want to go back to debates. Do you want to like maybe
One
ask
more,
me
one more question. One more question.
Okay.
So I know that you say that like you support people, you want the best for people. So I was just wondering, like, what charities have you like donated to?
Okay, well, I mean, publicly, like on the live stream, we did a $25,000 fundraiser for a cargo shipment to DR Congo, which provided clean drinking water and a permanent well to over 50,000 permanent residents. We did that 2 times. We've also done 3 fundraisers for disenfranchised Black queer youth and different foundations in America, but that's what we've done publicly. What I do privately is not really something that I share publicly because I kind of feel like that would defeat the purpose.
Right. So okay. So you basically don't do anything privately then.
No, I said I do things privately, but I've no obligation to share what I do privately with you. I think that maybe there's a sense of a parasocial relationship that you feel with me, that because you see me on your phone screen every day for 4 hours, you know me. No, I'm a stranger to you, and strangers don't have obligations to share information about their personal finances with others.
Well, I seen an article saying that secretly you're like on the far right, and
Do you feel like I'm secretly on the far right after the long conversation that you've had with me?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough, right?
Yeah, I'm secretly on the
They
far
said-
right out here convincing people to be progressives.
Dean,
I'm
this
secretly
is-
out here on the far right describing
But this
how
is
Trump
what they
bad president.
said,
So
right?
true.
They said that, like, you own guns, you don't donate to charity, you've said the N-word. There's a lot of crazy things, I guess, out there, and it just seems a little weird. Also, I know a lot of these
There's
liberal
nothing. Wait, whoa.
dreamers are
There's nothing.
socialists.
There's
And,
nothing. Whoa. Stop.
you're like an
Stop.
ultra
I'm gonna stop you there. There's nothing far right in the slightest about owning guns. There's something far right about thinking that gun ownership should be unrestricted.
I feel like
Gun
a lot of
ownership.
people
Listen,
disagree.
I actually think that gun ownership in a safe and responsible way is the most progressive thing ever. How do we empower marginalized communities? Go get a fucking gun. How do we empower women and stop the fact that a vast majority of all violent crimes, 92%, and a vast majority of all sexually violent crimes are committed by men against women? Go get a fucking gun.
I agree.
So
But
I
a
mean,
lot of people on the left don't agree
and
with
see, the thing is I don't think that there's anything far right about gun ownership. No, but there is something far right, once again, about that being unrestricted. And many people agree with me. Many people disagree with me. But I think that it obviously is not an extremist take for people on the left to think that some guns should be legal to own under some specific parameters that prohibit those guns from falling in the hands of bad people. Like, come on. That's like the most like common sense, like typical take for people on the left ever. There are some people on the left that think all gun ownership should be abolished, but that's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
that's not like
Like
the
getting rid of the
average.
Second
Even
Amendment and
like
there's a lot of
like
people out
like where are all my leftists at? where are all my leftists at? For all like the leftists that, we usually like beef with one another, right? Can maybe we could like kumbaya and come together on this, right?
I agree, but it seems like every time there's like
empower the
mass
proletariat,
shooting,
folks.
right? But it seems like every time there's like a mass shooting or something happens, everyone on the left is screaming like ban guns, which I do agree there should be some regulations. Like me personally, I don't think we should.
Okay, we're getting into a gun debate when this is about you saying that I'm secretly on the far right. Hey, how about this? What donations have you made?
I'm glad you asked, Dean. Well, I'm also a live streamer, but I do gaming. I don't do political shit. But St. Jude's and the Wounded Warrior Project, those are the main two we always do every year.
Oh, really? Those are just words. I don't believe you. I'm going to need to see some meticulous proof. I'm going to obligate you to spend the next 30 minutes of your time pulling up bank transfers alongside specific receipts in your emails, itemized down to the dollar and the penny, please.
Dean, well, now, you raise a good question because I'm not obligated. Just like you said, you're not obligated to show me.
Oh, you must secretly be on the far right, bro. You're actually a Nazi.
I mean, hey, it's out there. I mean, I check and vouch for me, but I do think it is a little strange how you don't talk about your personal donations to charity.
Because what obligation do I have to?
Well, maybe you just don't, and that's okay. But being, a leftist or a liberal, you think you would try to support people and, help people out more.
Once again, operates off of the pre-assumption that I don't. I have no obligation to share that information. Well, the reason why I wouldn't say that is because I tend to not say things that are false.
Right, so you haven't done it.
No, I said I tend to not say things that are false, and that's why I won't say that I don't donate some of my own money.
So, okay, so...
Right, your claim is if I don't provide you evidence for this thing, then it hasn't happened.
I don't need evidence. You just got to say it.
I just did. I have been saying it. I have been saying that I do make personal donations.
So to what charities?
I already told you that I don't have any obligation to share any information about the personal donations that I make. I was happy to inform you about the public donations that I made, but I don't have any obligation to tell you about the private donations that I made. And it's not like it'd be hard to tell you, like the specific amounts and the specific charities. I just think that crosses a line that I'm not okay with people crossing. I'm not okay with people feeling as if they're entitled in the slightest to any personal information about me or my life. Because it's parasocial.
Saying that you donate to St. Jude to help research for cancer kids, you think that's crossing the line?
I think what would be crossing the line is the expectation that you are entitled to that information. And if you are crossing the line by setting forth the expectation that you think you're entitled to that information, then why would I oblige?
It just, I don't know. To me, it seems so strange.
Yeah. You know what's even stranger? Like, Virtue sniggling on the internet about the accusation that I don't donate to charity just because I won't tell you the specific donations that I've made privately, but I will share the public donations that I've made. Meanwhile, you support the guy who defunded USAID, killing upwards of 3.5 million people annually. That's strange.
Well, I mean, he's the president, right? Like, what do you do? He's elected, and you know what I mean? He's the president.
Yeah, what do you do, right? Well, you stop supporting him. Kylie, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Kylie. That is Kylie. Kylie with the $20 says, "You're right that not everybody is lucky enough to be raised on the left. I grew up in IN watching Bill O'Reilly with my grandpa and knew nothing else. He's why I wanted to be a journalist. Not proud of my teenage worldview, but I'm raising 2 daughters with my eyes wide open." Love that, Kylie. Thank you so much for the $20. Wesley, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Who says buying a home in your 20s is overrated? Signed a dude in his 20s trying to renovate my house. Jesus, I hope that goes well for you. Wesley Taryn, thank you for the $5 as well. Best of luck. Heidi, thank you for the $5. And Ashley, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. It says, even though my parents have always been Republican, I was so lucky to be raised by a mother who taught me to always keep an open mind and question things. And I learned and kept learning even if my opinions differed from hers. I love that, Kat. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Kat. And then Ashley, thank you for the $25 as well. I appreciate you so much. Please show some love to all the donors down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love.
I do have a question.
No, I think that you're done with your questions. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up inside of the queue right now. Daniel, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you. Kaden and Eric, thank you guys for the $5. Jamie, thank you so much for the $5. And Sylvia, thank you for the $3. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the ad's also at the top of my phone screen on TikTok. Dean Withers without the E in Withers. That's a letter E in Withers. Hey, welcome into You Support Trump.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to you again.
Oh, yeah, because you said in the chat like 30 minutes ago that you were like fed up with me, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah, but then you like waited in my chat for 30 minutes so I could accept you on the live stream even though you're so fed up with me and don't want to talk to me again.
I'm very irritated with you because I don't know if you remember our last conversation. But basically, you got mad.
Zach, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Zach. I want to get 1,000 Zach W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for that fucking love. Holy shit, Zach. Oh my God, it's trickling everywhere. By that, I mean the dollars. Thank you so much for the $100. Let's get 1,000 Zach W's in that chat. Seriously, man, though, that is very kind of you, and I'm so very grateful for you. Zach with $100 says, why donate to charity if you're not going to brag about it on the internet, Dean? Oh, my God. So true, Zach. So fucking true. Go ahead.
That's
Jose, thank you so much for the $70 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Jose. Let's get 700 Jose W's. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you for the $70, man. Holy fucking hell. Jose with a 70 says, for Dean, as a Native American, I can honestly say that one of the biggest mistakes we First Nations people did was to give up our rifles when the U.S. Cavalry ordered us to quote-unquote stack our weapons. Yes, people nonetheless also believe in the Second Amendment. Damn, Jose, that's fucking impactful, dude. So fucking true. Thank you so much for the $70. And then Ann, thank you so much for the $20 who says that last guest was a kick streamer. Ew, I know, right? Thank you guys for the love, genuinely. Like, holy moly, Zach and Jose, I'm beyond grateful for you. Holy my God, thank you. All right, go ahead. Wow.
Are you gonna keep celebrating your couple bucks?
Well, actually, yes, because Paris, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. What is going on? What the fuck? Sometimes y'all just hit me with the most insane donations ever. Thank you. What the hell is going on? I don't deserve a penny of that. Listen, Paris, to the moon and back, I am so fucking grateful for the love. That is a huge fucking donation. Oh my God. Paris didn't attach a message to the love. Just send it right on through. Thank you. Genuinely. I want to see so much love for Paris, Jose, and Zach down below in that chat. That is so much money. Thank you so much for the love and kindness. Can you... Randy! Thank you for the $100 on Super Chat. That is R-A-N-D-I. What the fuck? Bro. What the hell? Thank you, Randy. I want to see 1,000 Randy W's. Randy didn't attach a message, Randy. I know that you've been watching for a long time. Thank you so fucking much. Bro, you already know this. Thank you. Zach, Randy, Paris, and Jose, the absolute goats. I have no clue what I've done to deserve such high level of love. Like, even like the live stream has been kind of boring. It's just been me taking questions from some weirdo. And here you guys are being so fucking kind. Thank y'all. Dude, wow. Haley, can you thank Zach, Jose, Randy, and Paris?
Sure. Thank you so much for sending him money because he needs it. You're welcome. I literally just came up here to say that I don't know if you remember the last time I was on here, but whenever you asked me about like, oh, if my family was in the 1% or whatever, because I support Trump.
Haley, I remember the specifics of our last conversation.
I just wanted to let you know I don't like you because my brother was watching it and he sent it to my dad and then my dad called me spoiled and now I have to do stupid ass fucking volunteer work. And I don't want to do that. So I don't like you. It's not funny.
Why would you tell me that? Why would you share that information with us? Oh my God. Irritated. Oh my fucking God. Why would you dig your own grave by opting to willingly share that information publicly? That is so fucking
have to do
great.
It anyways, so
dude, wow. Holy shit. That is fantastic. I love that, Haley. I love that for you. Yes. You are a self-centered, apathetic, rich asshole who thinks they're entitled to everything, all of the spoils in life. And I think it is a good thing that your dad is now making you do volunteer work. So hopefully you wake up for the fact that you live a life many of us don't. And you wake up to the fact that maybe the rest of us also matter.
I don't think I'm entitled to it. I just have it. That's not my fault.
And guess what? Me and your dad disagree.
Well, he still gives it to me, so.
Well, you know what else he's giving you? A mandate of community service, and I love that for you.
I don't like you.
Don't worry, it's good for you. It's good for you. You know? I think that's it's a much needed life update. Thanks for sharing, Haley. Hey, do you support Trump? That's fucking funny. That's really fucking funny. I love that for her. I love that so much. I love that so much. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Star, appreciate you. Let's get 200 star W's. I will not be reading your message. I will not be reading, nor will I be reading your first run star. So thank you for the total of the $40 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you. That is beyond kind. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Let's go to get that next guest connected. All right, guys. We're still looking for that next Trump supporter. Blake, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Who
Third
says
run of the
still?
day.
Oh, please don't interrupt me while I'm thanking my donors. Blake with the $25 says still here every day with nothing but love and respect. You are the GOAT. I do have a question for you though. I think that you're gonna have to ask him.
Dean's gonna run again.
I appreciate you so much for the $25, Blake. I appreciate you so much.
Mute me again,
Let's get
Dean.
250 Blake W's down below in that chat. I really
Good
appreciate
boy.
you so much for that love. And then Mr. Allen, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Allen.
Good boy,
Thank you
Dean.
so much for that love. Let's get 1,000 Allen W's down below in that chat. Allen, like
Can I
Paris,
get some
also
good
did not
Deans
attach the any
Can I get
message
some
to her
good
donation.
boys in the chat for
I appreciate
Dean?
you so much for that love, Allen. Let's get 1,000 Allen W's down below. I am so very grateful for you. Thank you so much for that love and support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please,
Can
show
I get
love
some
to
good
Allen
boys in the chat
down below
for
in that
Mr.
chat.
Dean
Let's get
Withers?
1,000 Allen.
Good boy,
I
Dean.
appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, Liam. Thanks for
Are you
wasting
ready
your
or are you
time for a
scared?
third time
Are you ready
today.
or are you scared? Are you ready or are you scared? Watch him, chat. Watch him.
Watch me closely.
Watch him.
Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Wow, we wasted his time 3 times today. That's great. Let's go to get that next guest up. Seeing We Are Dean Withers or We Are Charlie Kirk if you like Trump. Got you turned around. That's fucking right. That's fucking right. That's fucking right. I'm learning. I'm learning. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now on the opposite side of the box. If you happen to be MAGA, we are owning the libs. All right. Guys, only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only sing the We Are Dean Withers or We Are Charlie Kirk song if you love Trump. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
19.
Can you please unmuffle your shit-ass mic? Connect 360 looking ass.
Sorry?
Xbox 360. Blast from the past head ass. Talking to me through a toaster from the 20th century.
I'm trying to be civil with you. You don't need to judge everybody who comes on here. That's like actually
Okay, I know. I'm just trolling, but I actually can't really hear you too well. There's like something in between your phone's microphone and like you. There might be like some lint, maybe a phone case. Just like get it out of the way, then I should be able to hear you clearly.
Okay, is it better?
No.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have to move on. Let's go ahead and get that next guest connected to the live stream. We got Carl loading up all the opposite side of that box. If you happen to be MAGA, here we go. Welcome into Sport Trump. Unoriginal. Hey, thank you for the $20, Mr. Burnside Music, over on Super Chat. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you, Mr. Burnside. Thank you so much for the love and support. You know it. You're awesome. Thank you, my friend. Hey, man, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
18.
Ew. Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Economics.
Ew. What's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
Well, you can't blame Trump for that. It's Biden's fault.
Wow.
So how can you blame Trump when everything that is going on in the economy right now is because of Joe Biden?
You know,
so notice how
I knew you
from
guys
2016.
I knew you guys existed, but I never thought I'd get to talk to one of you guys. Because I thought that you guys knew how idiotic your view was, so you wouldn't try to actually debate it against me. So I'm happy you're here.
I was debating Parker yesterday, and you were actually a guest on the live. I was owning you guys. I got kicked because I accidentally said the C drug, but I think he actually kicked me because I was owning him. But when we ended off, you were talking about how Hunter Biden should run for office.
Oh yeah, my Lord and Savior. Listen, let's stick on topic with the economy. All right.
Okay.
So you said that everything that's going bad in the economy today is due to Trump. Sorry, due to Biden.
No, yes, due to Biden.
Okay. What did Biden do to give us the worst jobs report in 20 years last year? Only adding 170,000 jobs to the economy. What did Biden do to cause that?
His policies, like the Inflation Reduction Act.
How did the Inflation Reduction Act cause there to be 2.2 million jobs added in 2024, but only 170,000 jobs added in 2025?
Because that raised inflation, which just overall hurts the economy in general.
There's not a single economist that agrees with you. The reason why there's not a single economist that agrees with you is because the Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing.
Because
No,
all of
that's
the
what the
economy-
Congressional Budget Office, who's ran by Republicans, say. That it was deficit reducing. How could a bill that is deficit reducing cause inflation?
Because that was part of it. It reduces the deficit, but at the same time, it inadvertently created inflation, which overall just hurts the economy.
What's the argument for that? That the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation.
It literally did. You can search it up.
So I'd assume that there'd be an argument for it if it's literally true. So what's the argument for it?
Well, that's my argument.
Your
What do you
argument
mean?
is that it's true because it's true. Okay. Therefore, my argument is that it's not true because it's not true. You could look it up. And by the way, this is the guy that claimed he was crushing me and Parker yesterday. I think the only thing that you crushed was your brain. It's like you ran it through like a meat mincer, and then all the little strands of brain and juice came out the other side, and then you just kind of put them back in there.
Bro, what
And
are
you said,
you even
I'm all
talking
good to
about?
go.
Okay, can we get back on track? Like, you're saying my brain is mush right now.
Yes.
Okay, that's just not true. Because, how would I be talking to you if my brain is mush?
Well, that's a good
I
question.
think your brain is mush.
I think that maybe
'Cause
you
you're-
define a medical miracle. But no, seriously, tell me, what reason can you give me to prove that the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation?
Well, because inflation went up after it was signed.
Oh, that's
I'm
also a
pretty
lie.
I'm
When was
pretty
it
sure-
signed?
I'm pretty sure, and when it was either you or Parker in a Jubilee debate, and they fact check it or something. They fact check it or something, and it was true.
When was it signed?
The act?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay.
It was
So then how do you know that inflation
2022,
went
right?
up after it was signed?
2023? Because under Biden's whole term and Trump's whole term, inflation was going down under Trump to begin, but now it is up because.
How about this? Look at this. I just
What?
have a graph for us. This
Yeah,
is super,
pull it up. Let's see. Let's see the graph.
This is super neato.
Mhm.
We love this. Okay, everybody follow along. This is a group activity. So if you're watching from home,
There is.
lock in because we're about to have
Yeah,
some
everybody lock in. Let's see this fake graph that he's about to pull up. That proves my point.
fun. Okay, so this
Yes,
is just the
you
United
can-
States inflation rate.
Yes, look at
Let me
that
put it
big
up on
peak
YouTube.
under Biden. That's
Perfect.
Joe Biden.
So here's the big peak. And then it
Yes,
just
right
kind of
there.
continued to go down after this big peak. So do you agree that in order for your claim to be true, that the Inflation Reduction Act caused the inflation under Biden, it would have had to have been passed before this peak of 9.1% in June of 2022.
Yes, it was probably passed earlier, like probably March of 2022, because it probably took a couple months to kick in.
So the
I can't
Inflation
see anything.
So the
Oh, there we
Inflation
go.
Reduction Act was signed into law by Joe Biden on August 16th of 2022. Here's a very simple question for you. Is August before or after June?
June, July. Oh, it's after. Okay.
So after the Inflation Reduction
it's
Act
still
was signed into law,
8.3%.
inflation only
Oh my gosh.
went down, down,
And
down,
it's
down, down, down. And just moments
Okay.
ago, I asked you, do you agree the only way that it could be true that the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation is if it was passed before June? You said yes. So therefore, because we know it was passed after June, we know that it did not cause inflation. Go ahead and shift the goalpost, because I know that's exactly what you're going to do. This guy is going to act like he didn't say that it only could have caused the inflation if it was passed before June. This guy's going to act as if he didn't just see the evidence that every single month after it passed, inflation went down. You watch this. Yes, go ahead. Shift the goalpost.
So it's not just, I'm not saying it's only, I'm saying that's part of it. I'm saying part of the reason is the Inflation Reduction Act.
So
What
far,
about
we haven't got
everything
an
else that he
argument
did?
for that.
What about everything else?
I told you guys he'd shift the goalpost. He's shifting the goalpost away from the IRA
I'm not shifting the
to quote unquote
goalpost.
everything else.
I'm simply just trying to get to another topic. I'm not shifting the goalpost.
What do you think shifting the goalpost means? To change topics in the middle of the debate? You fucking idiot. So go ahead.
Because
you
I
said
wanna
that. Well,
keep
you
a-
still think that there's some explanatory power that we could grant insofar as how and why Trump's Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation. What's that explanatory power? What's the evidence that it caused inflation, James?
So why was the economy so good 2016 to 2020?
I
Then
told
when
you you'd
Biden
shift the goalpost. It wasn't. We had the highest level of unemployment in 100 years in 2020. What's the evidence that the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation?
I mean, maybe it didn't as much as I thought. Okay.
Okay. Well, you went from saying it's what caused the inflation to saying it's a part of what caused
It's
inflation.
part of it.
And
It
okay,
is
well,
part
give
of it.
evidence for that, James. Oh my God.
I don't have it off the top of my head. Like
do I need to
you
like
guys
jingle
do.
some
I don't
keys to
have-
get your attention?
I don't chat GPT every single thing I do. Okay.
Why do you believe in things without evidence?
I do believe in things that have evidence.
No. I asked you,
I
why
just
do you
don't
believe in
have the
things that
evidence
don't have
right
evidence?
now.
Okay.
I don't even.
Okay,
I don't
then you
even
shouldn't
think I can
believe in it
close the
right
app.
now.
I think it'll kick me out if I close.
Okay,
the app.
have
I
you
can't
ever
close
seen
that.
evidence that it caused inflation before?
Yes, I've seen.
Okay, what
I've
was
seen
that
it all-
evidence? Do you remember?
I don't remember. It was
Okay,
like when it was.
so if you don't remember the evidence that you saw to prove that the IRA caused inflation, how do you remember seeing evidence that proved the IRA caused inflation?
Well, I
Because it
don't
kind of just seems
remember
like
the
you're giving me a trust me, bro.
I don't remember the exact source, but it was a couple years ago. Because
You know, I've seen evidence a couple years ago. I saw evidence that you're in love with your mom. It's pretty gross,
What?
dude. Incest is bad.
What are you even talking about right now?
On
You're
God,
shifting the
dude.
goalposts. You're
Yeah,
shifting
I
the
saw
goalposts.
evidence a
You're
couple
shifting the
years ago.
goalposts.
You're like, I loved my mom, but not in the way you guys do. And I was like, whoa, James, Jesus Christ, man. Swear to
actually
God.
just-
I
you need
saw
to
it.
take your
I
meds,
saw
man.
this
Like,
evidence a
what are you
couple years
talking
ago.
about?
No, I saw this evidence a couple years ago. Wait, are you not going to take me seriously? Because I am just claiming that I saw this evidence a couple years ago. Are you going to tell me that in order for me to make such a insane allegation against you, that I'd actually have to produce the evidence right now? Because I'd else
Okay.
risk just operating off of a trust me, bro claim with no truth nor bearing to the to reality? Okay. Yeah, that's fair for you to say. Well, see, you actually have to do the same thing. Go on pause, find the evidence that the IRA caused inflation.
What about the Spice or Juice Act?
The what?
The Spice or Juice Act.
The Spice
In 20
or Juice Act?
The Spice or Juice Act. The Spice or Juice Meds Act in 2016.
Are you trolling me?
No. I might be reading it wrong. Hold on.
Wait, you have a computer.
I know. I just got to my computer.
Wait, go on your computer and find evidence that Biden's IRA caused inflation. This guy's trolling.
No, I'm not.
Give me the evidence. Now that you're on your computer, you should be able to do it.
Look, I can't turn my camera on right now, but it says, look, some critics, such as researchers at the Tax Foundation, argued that the early phase of the bill, due to deficit increases from delayed tax collections and new health subsidies, could theoretically create mild upward pressure on inflation.
Okay, what were those early onset deficit increases annually?
Let me look at this article a little more.
Peter, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says 100% James saw a video by older millennial claiming that the IRA caused inflation.
Dude,
sure did. Thank you for the $20,
what is your chat
Peter.
talking about?
You know, actually, for everybody watching this live stream, I'm calling older millennial out to a debate on abortion. Clip it.
Who's
Send
that?
it to him. Let him know. Shut up, James. This is my moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm calling you out, older millennial. I think that you're an idiot that has zero idea of what you are talking about when it comes to most things, but especially abortion. I am calling you out to a public debate on the morality and legality of abortion. Don't run. Don't run. I'll DM you. We could set it up. Let's have a very public discussion. Because, folks, I joined the Older Millennials live stream 3 nights ago. And I debated him on abortion. 10 minutes. Fucking cooked. He had no idea what he was talking about. No idea what I was talking about. And he ended up kicking me because I said Lamau. and then he kicked me. He was like, oh, did this grown man just say Lamau? I bet he's gay. I don't want to talk to him. Or some dumb shit like that. And then he ran away and never mentioned it again. So now I'm calling him out publicly because he's a fool. Older millennial, you're an absolute fool. Debate me on abortion publicly. Go ahead, James.
Sorry, I don't know who you're talking about, but is he like famous or something or what?
I don't know. He's famous for pissing himself, but just another story for another time. Don't worry about it. What's the evidence that the IRA caused inflation, and what was the upward pressure on the deficit in the early stages of the bill?
Yeah, I mean, it says it right here. I don't know how I can like get this link to you, but
listen, I understand what you just said. Like you said that researchers said that there would be some mild upward pressure on inflation due to like upward pressure on deficit spending during like the early stages of the bill. Okay, well, first and foremost, that equalizes out over the lifespan of the bill because over the 10-year lifespan of it, it's deficit reducing, which means it's a mild downward pressure on inflation. But I want to know what that mild pressure is because any expenditure is going to have mild upward pressure on inflation. Like every dollar that's spent. So it's like, for instance, every dollar that's spent by Trump has mild upward pressure on inflation. Here's what I'd say. Because Trump spent more than Biden, Trump was worse for inflation than Biden. He spent $8.6 trillion in his first term. Meanwhile, Biden only spent $4.6 trillion. And Donald Trump's already spent more than $5 trillion in the first year and a half of his second term.
Didn't Biden, like before Trump took over again, didn't Biden spend the most of any U.S. president in history?
Bro, that's straight propaganda. He spent half as much as what Trump spent in his first term.
What? No.
Yes.
Biden spent... No.
Yes. 8.6 compared to 4.2.
Yeah, Biden in 8.6, right?
No, Trump. This is according to the CRBF, a Committee on a Responsible Federal Budget.
So you're saying, okay, I'm talking about like previous Trump, 2016.
Yeah.
So 2016 Trump's, you're claiming he spent less money, or he added less to the deficit than Joe Biden did in 2020.
No, more to the deficit. Spent more money added to the debt. Trump spent 8.6. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think that's part of that is due to COVID. If you remember, COVID started.
Yeah, let's account for COVID. And non-COVID related expenditure, Trump spent 4.8 trillion. Biden spent 2.2 trillion.
But how can you just like exclude COVID?
Because you just asked me to.
But how can you? No, you can't accurately track it without a COVID spending. When COVID,
Fuck yeah, you can.
No,
there was
so
special funding
2020
specifically passed for COVID, like the
20
stimulus bills.
Well, isn't that one of the things that you love or not love that you like about Trump is the operation, whatever the vaccine one was.
Yeah, irrelevant though. So, do you agree that you were wrong when you just said that nobody's ever spent more than Biden?
I mean, if that's what the data says, then yes, I admit that I'm wrong. But I didn't know
think
that. I thought.
Listen, buddy, I think that you need to go back to the drawing board and take another look at the data. I don't think that you're in a
What?
position where you could effectively debate me on live.
How?
Because,
Dude, my lizard. Oh my gosh, man, my lizard just pooped everywhere.
Yeah, bro, go take care of that. Go take care of that. I think that he has some other issues on his hands that he needs to take care of. Hey, Full Band, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Who says the line between troll and idiot is vanishingly thin. Oh man, I couldn't agree with you more. Barda, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Who says,
John Lennon.
I hope you're having a good live. We're having a pretty good live, Barda. I appreciate you for stopping by. And thank you for the $50. Show some love to Barda down below in that chat while we look for that next guest, folks. That is BARDA. Seriously, very kind of you. And Allie, thank you for the $36 on Venmo. Allie, it's so good to see you. I feel like it's been a while. You used to be in here all the time. Allie with the $36 says, didn't get to send this on Monday, which was my birthday, like I wanted, because I had taken a mental health break from politics. But I'm glad to be back and to see you having a good day. Keep on cooking these fools. Allie, that must be nice. That must be nice. I appreciate you for the $36. Happy late birthday. Must be nice to take a mental health break from politics. You know what? Every so often, I want to do that myself. I have not taken more than one consecutive day off, specifically for a mental health break, in years. I feel like I should do that soon. I feel like I should take a 3-day camping trip into the wilderness and completely desert y'all for like a weekend and then come back ready to go. Erlen, thank you so much for the galaxy. You know, something else that I've also been considering as of recently is 1 day off a week. I think this guy's in the shower. That's something I've been considering recently. 1 day off a week. May do that. May like take like Sundays off, Saturdays off, something like that. I don't think that I need to do it yet. But like inevitably,
Hey, Dean,
folks,
how's it going?
It's going all right, man. Welcome in, Marker. Give me one moment. Inevitably, folks, I think that like burnout is like, you can't prevent it. I don't think that I'll be able to like prevent the burnout from these debates. I'm honestly surprised that I haven't started to develop burnout yet when I've been doing these debates daily for years. But like there'll come a point, I would assume, like in the next 2 or so years, where I'm going to start where I'm going to start experiencing that burnout, and then I'm going to start doing like 6 days a week instead of 7. Marco, go ahead, man. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
23.
Okay, so why do you support the worst president of your life?
Come on, man. He's not the worst president. You got to look at all the stuff he's done in his first and his second term for the country.
Such as?
Okay, for example, if you want to look at the evidence, you know, he has, "Hello, it's Charlie. I'm coming for you, Dean."
Well, the fanfics on AO3 would say you already came for me, but that's probably not what he meant. We really gotta ban that damn website. I get at least 2 DMs about Dirk every day. I just can't do it anymore. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It truly is. Let's go to get that next guest, Andrew, loading up inside of that queue. So I think I need to think before I speak sometimes. I'm really good at thinking before I speak, like in a debate. Like, I lock in. But when I'm not locked in, it would probably serve me well. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream on the opposite side of that cube, your MAGA. All right, here we go. All right, folks. Everybody, please just give us a moment to try to get that next guest connected to the live stream, folks. Oh, boy. Listen, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live, if you want to ask me a question or get a message across, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube, and the ad's right there, Dean Withers, without the letter E. The last name Withers. Double check that spelling, though. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Got 3 seconds. Nope, ivory dust is gone. Let's go to get the next guest connected, folks. Wow, we are really looking for a debate here. Emily, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Says, so disingenuous. They never even know to say her name. They always say Eugene. Emily, it must be a little bit further back in the VOD, but whenever you get to this point in the debate, just know that I appreciate you. Hi, welcome in. I don't know what the hell's going on there. It's going to move on to the next guest. Lakeisha, thank you for the $5 who says, just love listening to your lives. Thank you. Clayton, thank you for the $10 who says, I don't understand why people are mad that you're grassroots funded. Would they prefer that you were funded by Mega Corp? So true. So true. I think the fact that, I accept donations and I read out those donations publicly and I'm very transparent about them is probably what leads a lot of people to think that I'm like some grifter. But you understand that everybody on the internet, everybody in politics, they're going to require a source of income. But most people in politics are getting paid like thousands or millions of dollars from like mega dark money corps behind the scenes that you never hear about. I would say that grassroots is the way to go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. How's it going today, though? I know
It's
you
going
have a
all
lot
right,
of
man.
trolls. I just want to make sure like you're doing good. A lot of people just try to troll, waste your time. But just gotta hang in there.
Yeah. So you said that you're MAGA. How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
December.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, not fully. Your debates have changed my mind a little bit.
That's cool. So what reasons do you have left to support him?
I guess the economy.
Okay, do you say that seriously or are you wasting my time? Because you kind of just seem like you like threw a word out there to try to further the dialogue.
Yeah, no. Honestly, I'm not prepared today. Sorry.
Come back tomorrow, my friend. You're good. I'll keep your name in mind. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Ron, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you. Ron with the 20 says, Dean, my parents-in-law just had to put down their 19-year-old cat today. My wife is devastated. We'll be holding our kitties extra tight tonight. Please give Momo some extra hugs tonight from Parker the cat. I'm so sorry to hear about that. We had to put down our family dog not too long ago, and that was a very hard day. I wish the very best to you and your family. I understand how hard that is. Welcome in, little bro. Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's good?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, but I got a question first of all. Who winning the World Cup?
I don't really follow soccer.
Bro, you's a bitch.
Listen, it's like the most popular global sport I know. I personally just have never been a fan.
Come on, you gotta at least give me a country.
It's more boring than golf. I don't know. Whatever team like Messi's on. Because isn't it his like last year?
I'm not gonna lie, whatever team Messi's on is a crazy statement.
Bro, that's what I'm going with. Whatever team Messi's on.
I guess.
Whatever team that guy's on. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Argentina? Yeah, Argentina. I'm gunning for Argentina, baby. Listen. Like I said, I don't even follow soccer, but I know Messi. Isn't he like the best football player in the history of the sport? Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Roxy? Okay, he's gone. No. Arguably? Yeah, well, listen, I see like a back and forth between Messi and Ronaldo. But I think when you compare stats, like Messi is better. And it's like it's kind of hard to argue otherwise. Let's go to get that next guest connected up into that box. Somebody in the chat saying Messi's MAGA. Okay, well then I'll say that Ronaldo's better. You know, then I could say that. Alyssa, thank you for the $20 who says VOD Watcher here. It'll get me through some of my 12-hour shift. Just wanted to say thank you for what you do. Well, thank you so much. And have fun on your 12-hour shift. Yikes. Wow, that is a very, 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 very long shift. I wish you the best of luck. Do you work in medicine? Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Leah?
I do not. I just wanted to say that, we are Trump.
I got a bug flying around my room. That's kind of annoying. I'm gonna catch it with my bare hands. We're still looking for that next guess. Jesus Christ. All right, who's next? We got Darnell James 18. Megan, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Did not know that about him. Adam, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hope you have fun playing Red Dead. Rhonda, thank you for the $5. Alexander, thank you so much for the $10. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Hello, Dean. How's it going?
It's going all right, dude. Do you support Trump, Darnell?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why do you want to rape us?
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm the biggest Trump fan. I'm a centrist, but if I had to choose, I would definitely say I support Trump.
I feel like centrists should be able to understand that sexual predators should not be in positions of power.
Yeah, I do understand. I definitely agree with you. I don't think Trump is, in terms of character, someone that we should get behind. I don't think he's one of the like a noble person or anything.
Okay. So you overlook him raping women, sexually exploiting naked girls, and calling for the execution of Democrats. Why?
I know, but I think that what I'm debating here is not his personal character, because I think it's very hard to defend his personal character. What I am saying, why someone would support Trump still is his political agenda, not his personal character.
What do you think drives his political agenda, his personal character? Like, maybe one of the reasons why he was so totally okay with illegally refusing to abide by the law to pay out food stamp benefits, leaving 12 million American children to starve during the last 12 days of the government shutdown, is because he doesn't care about anybody but himself. And we know that he doesn't care about anybody but himself because you kind of got to be that apathetic to be willing to rape someone. So I think that those two things are integral to one another. I think that they're intertwined with one another. And I don't think that you could separate them. I think that the person drives the policy and the policy is a reflection of the person.
These are things that I'm not going to disagree with you on. So I would rather focus on things that like the political agenda itself. We can argue all day about, we can agree all day about Trump's actual character because it's horrible and he's not a good person. Even the people who like are true MAGA supporters don't think that he's a smart person. But let's talk about his actual like political agenda. He at least had a political agenda. I would argue the reason he won and the reason I support him and many other people support him is that he had a political agenda when really the Democrats didn't offer it.
Yeah.
Nice
We are Trump. Just go ahead. What about Trump do you agree with?
I agree with look, one of my favorite things about Trump is his Trump accounts. I think it's a very good initiative that we should be giving $1,000 to every person that is born until he leaves office. That is a very good thing. Basically getting them started investing in their future. I don't think that's something anybody disagrees with. Do you?
Listen, I think that the Trump accounts are a pro, but I think that pro's outweighed by the cons. He's basically...
What's the cons about the Trump accounts?
I'd like to describe it to you. So if Kamala Harris was elected, the child tax credit would have been doubled to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 for the next 4, and then $3,000 from the age of 5 until 17. Those are massive, massive increases, so much more than what Trump is offering. So in other words, a child would already, quote unquote, have more money in the first year of its life compared to the entirety of its life via the investment by the government. Because under Trump, The child tax credit is, $3,000 lower for the first year of a child's life, but then he's giving them back $1,000 through that Trump account. Not to mention that it only applies to children who are born under his administration. And there's other social systems that have also been greatly defunded, like Medicaid, Medicare, so on and so forth. But ultimately, I guess what I'm saying, maybe I'm just getting a little bit tired because it's near the end of my stream, is that although that's a pro and that is an example of Donald Trump giving something to American children, Kamala Harris just simply would have given more.
The examples you gave me about the tax child credits, while true, are not personal finance decisions. The kids are not paying taxes. The person that is getting the child's tax credit and eventually actually benefiting from it, while you can argue indirectly, is the kid, but in reality, it's the parents and the people who are the guardians that are responsible for paying those taxes that are getting those child credits. The same arguments go for Medicare and Medicaid and all the other things that you said that Trump cut, which I can argue also for, but these are all things outside of the actual Trump accounts themselves. And the $1,000 is not just $1,000 by themselves, just sitting around in a bank account. It's more of an investment account, something like a pension or a retirement account, like a 401k. It actually does transform into a 401k after the child turns 18, and then you can use that money to go to college. So I would argue, while it's true that maybe other things affected the child, but the $1,000 Trump accounts definitely benefit the kid, and by the time they're 18, they're gonna have enough to at least pay for that first year of college, which is a really good investment put into the kids. It's true.
Okay.
It's only for
I think that you make my argument easy. I think that you make my argument very, very, very easy. So you're saying that by the time they're 18, they should have enough to pay for the first year of their college. Okay, yeah. Well, by the time babies that are born today are 18, if progressivism wins, they won't have to pay for a single year of their college because it will be free, and same thing with universal health care. I think that once again, this is an example of Donald Trump giving to the youth 110%. But I just think that the wins are extraordinarily larger if Kamala Harris was elected. I'm talking multitudes of degrees larger. We're speaking about a $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers. What's bigger, $1,000 or $25,000? And then what if this means that the people who are buying homes then don't have to dip into any investments that they have? And then what would be the compounding growth of what they leave in their investment account for like another 18 years because they didn't have to take that money out of that account to put a down payment on a house? Or what if we continually vote for progressives across America, and then all of a sudden there's a single payer public option available to, there is a universal public option available to every American. Okay, well, all of a sudden, there won't be Americans like the 45 million Americans that exist today that are paying upwards of $2,000 to $3,000 in their premiums just for health insurance. At the end of the day, the average American, the financial stability is absolutely better off given that progressives are in charge. If Kamala Harris had won the election compared to Trump today, the poverty rates are higher, real median wages are lower, saving rates are lower, and the average American is worse off, even in consideration to these Trump accounts. Santana, there's people saying shit in the chat. I don't know if you want to address that real quick just so we can get back to the debates. I'm not sure what's going on.
Sure, it's Liv. Liv is upset and Liv is being weird. And so since Liv is upset and Liv is being weird, Liv made a decision to start a group chat where she has a bunch of kids where she's apparently been bullying kids into coming into the live and spamming stuff that's not true. Like, it's a whole thing. And the funniest shit about all this, and hey, Liv, guess what? The people that you actually tried to galvanize sent me screenshots of your group chat. So yeah, it's just Liv that's upset that I blocked her and I won't talk to her. So now she's just going around lying and spamming it. She's so fucking weird.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, she spends her days calling me racist.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't really think what she says matters too much unless there's, any like validity to the claim being made based on things that you've actually done. Okay.
No,
I
no,
just
there's literally nothing, and I spent maybe about the first hour of my live with all of them coming in and saying, "Hey, you did this." I said, "Okay, where's the proof?" There's a video. Okay, where's the video? It's there. Okay, where is it? And there's nothing.
Yeah, listen, guys, if you can like produce a video, I bet Santana would be willing to take a look.
Oh, absolutely.
I would take a look if you guys could produce a video.
Mm-hmm.
Feel free to do that. Feel free to do that. In the meantime,
The one thing that I will say, because people seem to think that this is a joke, because they love to say ableism, but people don't have an understanding of, not only do they not have an understanding of ableism, but they don't have an understanding of intersectionality. They don't understand that we are all inherently ableist, because we are, unless you are someone with a disability, then you're able-bodied, and if you are able-bodied, then you are someone that doesn't necessarily think about the things that affect people with disabilities on a day-to-day basis. So it's just like any of the other inherent biases that we have to work to dismantle every single day. But as far as like what Liv is doing, she's just being fucking weird, and it's absolutely crazy.
Wait, so are you saying that there's like a video of you like saying that you're an ableist, but what you mean by that is like all able-bodied people have inherent biases against disabled people?
No, I'm saying that they're saying there's some type of video, which they haven't shared a video, told me where the video is. I have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that's what they're talking about, that might be a good reason to not subscribe to The View, or to describe The View in a different way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know. I probably wouldn't say that I'm ableist, but I think that it's also true that there exists inherent biases against disabled people that exist in the world. Maybe that there's just a different way to describe The View. I don't know.
Yeah, no. What they said, it was me making fun of someone in the way that they spoke, but the only thing that they could possibly be talking about is the situation that occurred months ago, and happened to the Discord, made the video, blah 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 blah. So.
Okay, well, yeah, guys, I'm here for debates about why Trump stinks. Listen, if you guys want to produce a video, feel free to
I would love
produce
to see
a video. That's fine. I mean, I just didn't really want to like have the live hijacked and turn into this. But I mean, if you guys want to produce a video and Santana's willing to, look at the video, I would be willing to look at the video too. If so many people are saying that it exists, that's fine. I'd love to do that. I guess just let me know. Feel free to drop the vid. In the meantime, Darnell, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, what's the response to the last thing I said?
Yes, you were talking about the progressive, and if the progressive movement actually succeeds, then we're going to have public, at least at the very least, we're going to have a public option, all of that. Would you concede at least that Kamala Harris is not a progressive?
Well, I won't call anybody who's pro-Israel progressive, but what I would say is that we would be better geared in the direction to achieve those end goals with Harris as president right now. Plus, I know that her prospective VP, Tim Walz, held a pretty... You're interrupting me while I'm speaking.
Yeah, I am. My bad. Keep going. But we're not addressing the point, though. That's why.
The point is that the average American would have been better off if Kamala Harris had won the election, even in consideration of the Trump accounts. That's the point.
We can argue about that, but right now I would like to discuss at least one point.
Wait, I mean, do you agree with that? Do you agree that the average American would have been better off if Harris had won the election?
I mean, I honestly don't. I mean, the grass is always greener on the other side. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know
I can
sure.
give you an argument for that. Every single macroeconomic variable is worse off today than it was a year and a half ago when Biden was president. On top of the fact that we know that Donald Trump's policy has made the average American worse off, regardless if it's putting us in a war that skyrocketed grocery and gas prices, reducing the purchasing power of the average American through the big beautiful bill just to further increase income inequities by increasing the purchasing power of the top 1% by upwards of 4%, or the policy that Kamala Harris ran. And we know that the average American would have been better off if she had won the election.
When you talk about these macroeconomic measures and actual things that are measurable, I won't disagree with you on. I have said I'm not really like a Trump fan. I'm just a centrist, and if someone were the people who were put in the position to choose between either Trump or Kamala Harris, I don't think you can blame them for choosing Trump over Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris did not offer a solid political agenda. And as someone, as a centrist who does not agree with what's
What did you
happening,
disagree with about her political agenda?
he had no political agenda.
Okay, well, that's just a lie. You just didn't know it. And I do blame you for not knowing it because you should have done ample research before the election. But I'll also blame Biden for not giving you ample opportunity to know it because he dropped out of the race 107 days in advance, so she wasn't left with much time to communicate it to you. But that's why, no, it's not her fault because she did everything that she could have with the time that she had. She turned around in less than 10 days, had a full and complete agenda up on KamalaHarris.org, and then went around the country giving campaign rallies in nearly every state that she think could have been swung to vote for her, that may have been jeopardized or on the line to Donald Trump, speaking about her agenda. And in the debate that she had with Trump, she nearly hit on every tenet of it.
She had no. Okay, I would like.
This is
to
just a
address-
lie.
But 1 second, she genuinely did not have a policy agenda, and as someone
That's
on the
not. That's a
Democrat-
lie.
What did she run on? I'll tell you 1 second. Just let me finish this. Trump, for example, had a clear political agenda. He had Agenda 47. He was posting videos. He was telling people what he was actually running on, and that was immigrant. We're not debating whether he agreed on it. We agree on it or not, or I agree on it or not. But at least he had an immigration policy. At least he had a healthcare policy with Trump RX. At least he had a foreign agenda policy with interventionism.
Wait. Did you just say that Trump RX is Trump's healthcare policy?
I mean, yes, it is.
Okay. Well, then his healthcare policy is a total fucking failure. So we're going to defund Medicaid by around $1 trillion and fuck over millions of Americans just to carbon copy and paste GoodRx. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, Kamala Harris's healthcare policy was to cap the maximum that any American citizen could pay out of pocket for private pharmaceutical drugs to $1,000 per year, while also expanding eligibility requirements to the ACA.
That is literally what already was happening. These are not any major...
Oh, really? So when Biden was president, there was a $1,000 cap on the most amount of money that any American citizen could pay out of pocket for private pharmaceutical drugs. And it's funny that you're saying, oh, well, that's already what happened. That's already what was happening. And then talk about Trump. Once again, his quote unquote healthcare policy is literally a carbon copy and paste of something that already existed, GoodRx. He just put his name on it and then reduced the available drugs down by like 75%.
You wouldn't think you don't think that's a good thing? Reducing the prices of things?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a good thing at all to defund Medicaid by close to $1 trillion to then put his name on a product that already exists. That's a part of his healthcare plan. I'd assume that you haven't heard him say this about, actually, we just need to let this ACA premium expire, then let costs skyrocket. We just need to defund Medicaid by close to $1 trillion. So then we could give all of this money back to the Americans and let them make their healthcare decisions for themselves. And then his way of giving all that money back to Americans to let them make their healthcare decisions for themselves is to provide coupon codes for like 10 pharmaceutical drugs, keeping in mind that those coupon codes have existed for the last 10 years because of GoodRx literally operating off of their platform.
The Trump policy on healthcare was that the government was spending way too much money on the ACA, which was by the measure of Donald Trump was a failure because the government was spending money that inflated the prices of
What is he going to
insurance.
replace it with?
That is true.
What is he going to replace it with?
Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. What is he going to replace it with?
Increase the amount of insurance
What,
premiums.
1 second. What is he going to replace it with?
Okay, he said that we're going to have Trump RX. He said we're going to have...
Trump RX isn't healthcare.
1 second. Let me finish. Just let me finish it. Trump... The healthcare plan was that to give the people the choice to make their own decisions about healthcare.
What does that mean?
The government should not have...
Specifically, what does that mean?
Medicare and Medicaid means the government should get off of it. Like, the government shouldn't have a program.
I know, but I'm asking you materially, looking at the specific steps of policy. What does that mean? Because this is so vague. You're just saying, oh, well, Americans should have their own decisions and choices about healthcare. Okay, specifically, what does that mean? What is his healthcare agenda?
I'm going to need you to give me just like a minute or two to explain it. First of all, as someone who supports Kamala Harris, you have to admit She was more vague than any
Sorry.
candidate.
This is a burden shift and not, a goalpost shift, and that's
No,
false. I
I'm not-
disagree with you.
I'm not-
I don't want you to shift the goalposts. I want you to give us a specific explanation. I want you to give us a specific explanation of what Donald Trump is going to replace the ACA with.
Okay, let me finish my thought, please.
I was going to let you finish your thought, but then you shifted the goalpost to talk about Kamala Harris's vagueness when that wasn't the question asked.
I agree with you. Can I not make a note about something I thought would be relevant?
I would prefer for you to stay on topic and just tell me the specifics of Donald Trump's healthcare plan.
All right. That was just a side note. Anyway, Trump's plan was to have the government spend as less money as possible on healthcare so that the people, because the thought is that the government spending money on healthcare, especially through Medicare and Medicare and the ACA, programs like this inflate the prices of the market. When we drop money on the...
This isn't a plan. That's like the average political thought of like an 8th grader. Oh, government spend less. Government spend less isn't a plan. A plan would be, well, specifically, where are we going to take money from? And then where specifically are we going to invest that money in?
When the government is spending less money on things that, because of the government spending, inflate its prices, the prices of these things go down. And when the prices of these things go down, the people are then able to buy things at a much cheaper price. And then another thing, the Trump RX plan wasn't just to
Wait, explain that to me. Okay, so we're going to stop funding Medicaid and Medicare, and that's going to make healthcare like less expensive?
I didn't say stop funding it. I said
Okay, so the plan, I just want to clarify, are you saying that the plan is
what's to have the government spend less money?
to have no plan, okay, no healthcare, but hoping that because we're spending less money on healthcare, this just means that the cost of health services without healthcare is realistic and doable for the average American? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what it seems like you're saying. You're saying that we're going to cut healthcare costs, we're going to cut people off healthcare, but they won't need the healthcare to cover the bill because then it's just going to be super cheap, paying out of pocket. Is that your claim? Hit on your profile picture and hit the icon of the mic. This is just all like a yap session, man. Either give a specific explanation of exactly what Donald Trump's healthcare policy is, or I'm going to move on, because this is all a big yap, big yappy. Have to hit on your profile picture and hit the icon of the mic to unmute yourself. You're literally just saying words, bro. I'll give you one last opportunity to say words in a way in which is conducive towards an explanation of what Donald Trump's healthcare policy is. If you can't do that, I'm going to kick you. You got to unmute yourself. I don't want to just kick you right now because I want to give you one more opportunity. Bro, I was trying to unmute you and then okay, there you go. You got to figure it out. Okay, let me tell you a couple things here real quick. Just saying, gonna cut costs. That's not a healthcare plan. That's the average political thought of an 8th grader. Government spend less money, not a healthcare plan.
Okay, I'm gonna have to be honest with you. I don't think that Trump has a cohesive, great, fantastic healthcare plan. But my argument here is the question is, do you still support Trump? I think that his healthcare plan was better than the one Kamala Harris offered. Kamala Harris
doesn't have one. That's the issue.
And you just said that he doesn't have one. All right, Brad, listen, I appreciate you so much for your time. I hope you have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for coming up. Dude said Donald Trump has a healthcare plan. I spent 15 minutes trying to get him to describe the healthcare plan. And then he admits that he has no healthcare plan. But then he says that his healthcare plan, which assumes he does have a healthcare plan, was better than Harris's. My God. Zach, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo, man. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 500 Zach W's down below in that chat. That is Z-A-K. Zach with the $50 says, I'm physically disabled. I have a huge respect for both you and Santana. It is not my experience that all able-bodied people are ableist. Yeah, you know, Zach, I'm going to have to agree with you, man. I come from a family of special education teachers. aunt and grandma led the division of special education at my local high school. And I think that there are some able-bodied people who really do care, who really do want equity, who really do want everybody to be treated fairly, and genuinely invest every moment of their time into attempting to achieve that outcome. You know,
Yeah.
like my
Well,
aunt
let me
has
say
been teaching
this,
as
because
the leader of the special education division at my local high school for the last 20 years of her life. And she has 2 PhDs just to ensure that she could better help to educate the students. She's working on her second one right now. And she does it all just to help the kids, even though she gets paid $55,000 a year with 2 PhDs.
Let me say this really quick because I want to be very clear. I'm not saying, and this is for everyone, I'm not saying every able-bodied person is ableist. I'm saying that every able-bodied person is inherently ableist, meaning the way that society structures things, if you don't actually live with a disability, then it's not at the forefront of your mind. So it's not something that you're actively thinking of. And so to your point, we have to work to ensure that we are addressing those issues and making sure that we create equity for people that live with disabilities. The greatest example I have of that is people like, I always say like, hey, when you go to a restaurant, you check with the restaurant to see if they have a menu in Braille. And most people are going to say, no, I don't, because, you know, they can see. And so being someone that's living without sight, that's going to be something that plays a factor into like your decision. Like, how do you get to utilize the menu at the restaurant when you're not someone that actually has vision? And so the only thing that I'm saying is the way that people are socialized, if it is not at the forefront, then it's something that you don't actually put focus on. But to your point, if you're someone that is actively working, you're working to create equity and equality for people that are part of the disabled community. I also want to say one other quick thing. I'm sorry to you for like this shit happening. But like, it's weird. Liv is weird. I sent you the video, her quote unquote proof. It's literally what I was saying. It's the video that she posted from September the 7th, 2025. And it's the video from everything that happened last year. I made the whole response. It was the Discord. And I had unpinned the response video on my page because, you know, thought we were done. But apparently Liv has been running running lives talking about it again since she has it on her page. And so I repinned my video from September the 8th, 2025, addressing all of it. So it's a whole thing. But the biggest thing that I just want to communicate is, first and foremost, it's never acceptable to make fun of anyone with any type of disability. It's never acceptable to make fun of anyone in immutable characteristics. And so, like, it was a situation that happened. I took accountability. I learned from it, and I went for it from like what the exchange was. It was a response to someone actively engaging in racism. Funniest thing is that after the whole situation, the guy and I had a whole conversation on live. We did a whole thing. It was perfectly fine. But Liv is literally looking for attention, so she's bringing back up the video that she posted in September of 2025, even though we've already went through that entire thing. So I'm done. I addressed it. I just repin the video on my page addressing all of it to make sure there's no issues, everything's clear. Sorry that they brought this into your live. I don't know what the fuck the deal is with Liv. She's just, I mean, honestly, she's upset that I have her blocked and I don't give her attention. So
Yeah. Okay. Now that I know what you're talking about, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I mean, I think that you took accountability for that. I think that you realized that what you did was wrong. And I mean, what more can we do than that? You know, actively working to be the best possible versions of ourselves every day. To be specific about what you did, because I think a couple people in the comment section were curious, since it's all just getting dug up. You were like debating some like really fucking racist white dude. That was like
super racist.
Like really like personally attacking you because you're black, and this guy was like straight up a Nazi. And he was speaking like with like a in his voice. That's like the best way I could.
I made a whole comment about him because he sounded congested. And so I made a joke about him needing a neti pot, and then I made fun of like him being super congested, which, to be very clear, and I had the conversation with him, he did not have a speech impediment. He did not have an actual disability. He was actually just congested. But unknowingly, I engaged in ableism because I didn't know that there are that's a way that people engage in ableism, by making fun of people who have speech impediments that speak that way. But it was just a super racist guy that had like a congested snotty nose, and I was just making fun of that. But it turned into a whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's kind of like weird to like dig that one out of the grave a year later.
Yeah, it's literally, she literally has it on her page, September the 7th, 2025. She's been talking about it on live, and that's why I just repinned the video. I mean, like, she wants attention. I don't know. I don't understand people on the internet sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I guess let's go and get that next guest up here, folks. We probably have time for one more guest. Darnell, I saw your comment. That last guy who we had up talking about Trump's healthcare policy, he wasn't actually a Trump supporter. He said in the comment section he was a leftist, which in retrospect, I think makes sense. Because I think that he was like too outspoken to be a Trump supporter. I think that the words that he was using were a little bit bigger than I would expect the average Trump supporter to use. So, don't do that again, though. Wastes time. Ray, do you support Trump?
I was actually gonna say that Liv really wants to be let up because she has a new video. Also, what flavor is your Israeli USB inhalation device?
Yeah, you guys could litigate that on Santana's live, folks.
Weird shit. They're so weird.
And I'll take a look at it. You know, like if Santana is some crude ableist fuck, you know, I'll be the first to call him out. Everyone.
Santana, Liv wants me to tell you shut up.
See.
But I mean,
I
from the looks of it,
apologize,
this just kind of seems like a harassment campaign. You know?
I'm sorry that they brought this to your live. I don't it's literally because I blocked her and won't give her attention. She literally has tried to come back multiple times to my stream, and every time she comes back, I block her, and she's upset that I won't talk to her.
Yeah, like I said, from the looks of it, this seems like a harassment campaign, very similar to the ones that she's launched against me forever. But, you know, like the off chance that this isn't a harassment campaign, and like I said, Santana's really super ableist, I'll be the first to call him out. So
Yeah, and I would absolutely deserve it.
What's up, Dean?
Hey, what's up, man? Do you support Trump?
No, but I do have a question for you.
Well, I appreciate you so much for coming up, but today we are just looking for Trump supporters. Let's go to get that next guest. Load it up inside of the queue. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be MAGA, folks. We got fake auditions loading up inside of that queue. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
We are Charlie.
Okay, we might just be done for the day. We might just be done for the day. I'll try like one or two more people here, everybody, but then I think that we're probably done.
I
Hey,
have
welcome
the
in.
video. Can I email it to you?
Send it to me, sure. My email is in my link tree.
You've already seen it. You just said you've already seen it. I literally have proof. Dean, do you have an email?
It's
I can
the
send it to,
video
or
from
can you check your
September?
text?
Is it the video from September the 7th?
Yeah, but it's still you being ableist as fuck. And I'm also disabled, so I'm not just saying
Okay,
that.
did you watch the pinned video on my page?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
I have a link tree in my bio. I have an email there. It's like hi@deanwithers.com. It's a business email. Feel free to drop it in there. I'll take a look. Everyone. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Hey, do you support Trump, Thomas?
Yo, what's up, Dean?
Yeah, hey, are you MAGA?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
No. 20.
What year were you born in?
2005.
2005. Interesting. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's just so hot and beautiful.
Yeah. All right, I think we're done with the debates for the day, everybody. Tinley, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Says, I was raised conservative and definitely still believe in some of those things, but I still love your content. Also, how do I join a call? I definitely have some questions. By hopping in the guest request on TikTok. I appreciate you so much for the $5. Alter Dreams, thank you so much for the $5. Mary, thank you so much for the $5. And Rami, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. It says W Dean and W Argentina for the World Cup again. Yes, thank you for the $20. And then over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Jody, who says, I love your lives. I appreciate you for the $10. And I got you, by the way, Jody. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Amelia. Thank you so much for the $13. Any other day, I think I would consider that, but we are just hopping off today, though, Amelia. Thank you so much for the $13. And then Ronald, thank you so much for the $25, who says, Haley's brother here, sending this clip to her dad as well. I'm sure he's going to love it. If you were watching earlier, you'd be laughing your ass off right now. Thank you so much, Ronald. And I don't, that doesn't read as a joke, by the way. That really doesn't read as a joke. Let me read it out for you guys in full. Haley's brother here, sending this clip to her dad as well. I'm sure that he's going to love it. Smiley face. Keep up the good work, Dean. Me and the rest of the queer community love you. Love you too, Ronald. That doesn't read like a joke. That actually might be your brother. That's awesome.
He sent the video or the live tour the first time, and that's why she is out doing volunteer work, which good, because I mean, I think there's nothing wrong with making sure that we are helping those people that need help. So, hopefully she'll grow from it.
Yeah. Rose, thank you for the $20, who says, oh, I just want to say thank you. I can't believe that there's still so many people who believe in this much hate and bigotry. Happy Pride Month. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Rose. We definitely talked to the worst of them. I appreciate you. Thank you, Rose. Lucia, thank you for the $15, who says, take off some time as much as you want, relax, and take some time for yourself. We love you. Love you too, Lucia. Thank you for the $15. Yeah, I'm going to be going camping this weekend, so I'll be taking some time off, but not enough time off to miss a day. Love you guys too much to do that. Angela, thank you for the $10, who says, I pay money to see you debate the older millennial. Like I said, it has to happen. It has to happen. I'm going to debate him on abortion, unless he runs away. Folks, I think that's it from me for the day.
Dean, I appreciate you having me up. One more time, I apologize that this even came to your platform. I think there's a lot to be said about weird parasocial relationships. I also think there's a lot to be said about anytime someone has something that occurs and there's accountability and what is or is not acceptable and what people think is necessary.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I will say is I completely agree with you, right? If there's an issue where I am someone that's problematic and I am actively being harmful, not even passively being harmful or unintentionally being harmful, but actively being harmful, and there's no active change or trying to be better, then I don't think that we should normalize anyone having a platform or a voice when they're actively engaging in things that will harm anyone. So with that being said, I hold myself to that level of accountability, and I'm not above critique. But the one thing that I do know for sure is the live and the video and all this other stuff from Liv, it's just super weird. It's weird. I apologize that this wrecked the end of your live.
Yeah, like I said, I'll take a look at whatever they're talking about because I think that due diligence is important, but
for sure,
99% chance it's some bullshit. Because just knowing who Liv is and the things that she said about me in the past. But in the future, folks, I would appreciate it if you guys wouldn't try to completely derail my live stream because of some reservation that you hold with a guest on my live stream. I'm Dean, he's Santana. Now, like I said, this doesn't mean that I just want to be completely ignorant to any facts that should make me reconsider who I associate and why I associate with him. So that's why I said I'd take a look, but chances are it's some bullshit. Knowing Liv and who she is and what she's done to me. Santana, I appreciate you so much for joining up, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, okay? Take care. For everybody watching, if you're still in the mood for some debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube, and go show some love to him. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye, folks.